Ryan?
I do not see him on yet.
Oh, it's 2:30 in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning. That is what it is.
Okay, let's get this meeting started. I apologize, we're a couple of minutes late. I'm Kathleen Alder, I am the mayor, and we have Carrie Kirk, Janelle Seeley, Brent Speth, Jeff Nebeker, and we're trying to get Josh Paulson on the line, although we do have a quorum, so we'll see. He happens to be in Munich, so it's very early in the morning for him. So we'll see if he's able to join us. I have asked Carrie Kirk if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll all stand, please.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I've asked Jeff Nebeker if he would give us an opening prayer, unless we have someone in the audience who would like to do that. Okay.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful for this beautiful day, and we thank thee for the moisture we've received earlier this week, and pray that we can receive more moisture in the near future. We are grateful for this opportunity we have to have the city council meeting. We pray for thy spirit and guidance to be with us as we discuss the items on the agenda this evening, that we can have understanding of all sides in the discussion. And we thank thee for all that thou hast given us. We say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. In a previous council meeting last month, we had a request by, I believe it was Laura Fisher, that asked if we would do our council reports first, either that or Cheryl. I don't remember who made that request, but it certainly is a fair request. And so we'll proceed with that instead of having it at the end when there is no one here at 10 o'clock at night. So we want all of you to know what we're doing as a council and as your government. And so doing those reports, short and sweet, hopefully, and give you an accounting of what we're doing. So Carrie, let's start with you. We've got some exciting things going on, so.
Okay, one of my goals on the city council is to help create more of a sense of place and a sense of community. And in response to that, we have been working hard to reinvent the city celebration. And there's a committee that's working really diligently on that. And we have the logo up here, but there's going to be a whole bunch of events the week of August 15th through 20th, including a parade on the 19th. There'll be, of course, vendor booths and food carts, and there'll be concerts and storytelling. There'll be banners coming out soon, and there'll be fireworks on the night of the 19th. And so this is Providence Sauerkraut Days 2.0, and 1.0 has been amazing, and we're hoping to just take it up a notch. Another one of my assignments has been the concerts in the park. We have 3 scheduled for this summer. The first one being this coming week on June 20th. It's a Monday night at Von Bear Park. We will have a pizza food cart there. And the Bleached Blondes, each of the bands that we selected have band members that live in Providence. And so we're working toward making that a great tradition. So bring a chair and bring a friend and be at Von Park at 7 o'clock on
More than
Monday
one
night.
friend, lots of friends.
You
Please
bring your
them.
friends, bring your neighborhood, bring your neighborhood, and just for note, the next one is on July 25th. It's also a Monday night. We skip August because we've got concerts going on with the city celebration. And then on Friday night, September 16th, will be our third in the summer concert series. So we hope that you all will come and enjoy those. I also am assigned to the youth council. It's application period. So if you know any exceptional youth, 8th through 12th grade, it's a really great opportunity to provide service to the city. They assist with all of the city events. And then they also do other service projects. They come to me with project ideas. One of the youth came to me this week asking what we could do to help the library. And they always have ideas of things. And then I help to facilitate their service ideas. So I'm working closely with them and encourage youth in the city to get involved. We typically have one activity a month, plus we go to a conference and we learn about government and leadership, and they are tomorrow's leaders. So it was implied last month when we were asked to give council reports that we'd report on like emails we received and people we talked to, but that would be so long that I'll forgo that and just report on my major council assignments. And then also ask to be excused next month. My family and I are going to Nauvoo to be in the pageant for the month of July. So that's going to be an awesome experience for our family. But so I'll be singing and dancing in Nauvoo during the city council meeting next month.
That's good. I can see you singing again.
No. On my council assignments, I work with the Blacksmith Fork Irrigation Company. I spoke with some of the board members this morning, and they feel like the water supply is looking good. We just have a couple of pipes that we need to replace for a couple of laterals for some flow issues. We had a legislative policy committee meeting starting up again in June for the interim for the legislature. Talked about housing and some different things. The school board has a break to have a meeting in July again, and the library is starting up their board meetings again. Had a big pause while they got a new county deputy executive director after the passing of Bryce Mumford. So that'll start up next month. I've had a lot of ATV concerns brought to me about speed and noise and just kids following the law as far as safety and wearing helmets and going the speed limit. And so I've made several social media posts about that. We've put an article about that in our main newsletter, I believe, about the ATV rules. So I want everybody to be safe, make sure that they're following the law. Just kind of an overview of email types that I've had. Zoning, planning commission concerns, animal concerns. I mentioned the ATV thing. I've made contact with a potential chair for a Healthy Cities committee that I'm working on. That's one of my goals this year. What Healthy Cities is, it's a program that's organized statewide, but they provide grant funding to help support mental health programs, that's gun locks or different things like that. They also provide grant funding for anything that does with physical, mental health, access to healthy food, like community gardens or garden farmers market, different things like that. So we're working on that, and I've met with the city celebration committee, and it's going to be fantastic. So make sure you spread the word and talk to your friends and your neighbors and the committee that's come together to put on Sauerkraut Days 2.0. I just told them they should just come and put in a plug here, because if they catch their enthusiasm, I think the whole town will show up. So it's gonna be great.
Thank you. Brent?
I work with the Historic Preservation Committee, and right now they're looking into, besides getting the painting here in the city office, and they're working on that. That'll be had to put in a budget for a little bit of remodel and change the lighting, and they're working on that, as well as they were interested to see if there's anything that could be done to get the old post office that's sitting up on the Cavallo property up on 3rd East moved to a location that could be visited and displayed. We, in talking with Arlene about it, as long as they had a decent place that would be protected, there would be some consideration. And so that's where that was left. I also worked with the Cache Valley Transit District and Transportation. Right now, the Cache Valley Transit District is working with CMPO because CMPO wants to see us beef up the transit district, be able to give more people a chance to ride the buses, so that with the rising fuel costs and with the traffic problem that continues to increase, they're trying to mitigate some of that by increasing ridership. They have 8 new buses that are going online right now, but one of the staggering things for them is in their budget is the fuel costs, and so that's something they have to deal with. I also work with emergency management, and right now we've just finished up our spring CERT training. There's been a few people from Providence and the various stakes participate in CERT training and have finished that up. They were pleased with the participation we had from Providence. We're also right now, as soon as this budget is approved and we start a new budget year, it'll be our intent to get some pamphlets printed about emergency management that will have, it appears to be the same thing that you can go online. There is a hashtag under Providence website. It's emergency management. You can go on there and you can see what emergency plans you can make for your own home and your own family. This brochure works directly, or is directed directly to families, because we are no more prepared than the families are prepared. If we don't have families prepared to take care of themselves, we're not going to be in a very good emergency management position. Now, the city has an emergency management plan that we have put together, and the city will operate under the emergency management plan, taking care of its issues and water lines, sewer lines, things, roads, whatever is needed. But the real crux of what needs to be done is with the families. They need to be prepared if we're going to be prepared for an emergency. And so that's what we're putting in. Also, there's a QR code that's on the, I think it's on the website. Are we just putting that on the fridge sticker?
Yeah.
Okay, we're also giving everybody a fridge sticker. You put it on your fridge, has a QR code, brings up the booklet so that you can know what to do for the various emergencies, whether it be a hurricane, whether it be a flood, whether it be an earthquake, whether it be a hazmat incident or whatnot. These are listed under there and what you as families need to do to be prepared for those. And so that will be going out through the help of the LDS stakes and through the wards. They'll be getting them to all families and getting that handed out. Also, we have to have a successor designee for emergency management training. And so our mayor is our emergency manager along with Ryan, but we have to have somebody designated in their stead if they happen to be out of town when there's an emergency. That's coming up. The state requires that. So we'll be working to get that taken care of. So, all right. So the other, I also work with somewhat with the water, Spring Creek Irrigation Company, and we are working to, right now, it seems to be we're working pretty well with the irrigation company. We're working to expand their ability, the city's ability to take a little more water. We're working on an agreement with George Daines with some people who cannot use their shares of water up on the Edgewood, and to be able to do some trading with water, as well as we seem to have a pretty decent flow yet coming out of the canyon. It's pretty good. We're pretty satisfied. I think these rainstorms and the snow we've had are miracles in our behalf. And I think we're doing quite well. So I think that's all I have.
Ms. Brent?
Okay, I'm the liaison for the mosquito abatement district. So I went and I attended that meeting. Dion Johnson, he represents Providence on the board.
For
And he-
years and years.
And he still does. Yes. They were wondering, I showed up and that was my question to you just now, but
Was he there?
he wasn't. He hasn't been there for quite a while. But I attended and they were wondering if I was replacing him. And I
Okay,
didn't
if
know.
we need
I
to do
didn't think
something
I didn't
official,
think I
we will.
was replacing. They said, I'm not replacing him now because I heard he's great. So, and I need to meet him.
Well, if he hasn't been there for a while, we should do something official, so we'll check that out.
Okay, check that out. But anyway, I still need to meet him because they said he's great. So attended that meeting. Back when I attended it, they were just getting ready to start their fogging throughout the valley. So they've got their schedules and they'll be fogging. If you don't want them to fog again, there's a form you can fill out and they're happy to stop fogging when they go past your house. So anyway. I'm also the liaison for planning and zoning, and I've been listening in to all the planning and zoning commission meetings. I couldn't attend. I sat there and watched the last one. I think was around 3 hours. So, and there were a lot of citizens at that meeting. And again, most of those citizens were saying no high density. So just to make sure everyone understands where the citizens are coming from.
Some,
The ones that attend, so the ones that don't attend, we'll never know. But that's what I hear from those meetings, from the citizens that attend. I've discussed through email and on the phone with the Millville mayor, this property that we'll discuss later in the meeting. And some of their desires there. Their city recorder has sent me some emails and I can read those to you when we get to that agenda item later in the meeting. But so I follow everything that's happening with planning and zoning. And the code review, I'm on the subcommittee for code review, and I'm not sure when our next meeting is for that, but
We've submitted our draft to the attorney. We're waiting to hear back, so we'll let you
and
know.
then we'll start going through the code again.
We'll do another round.
Another round. So.
you want to talk about snooze material?
Yeah.
Talk about reading code.
But after having gone through it and skimmed through it, and I'll go through it again. Yeah. I think there is a lot in there that needs to be updated, either taken out or revised. So also with planning and zoning, I'm a part of this emergency housing task force, and they would meet every Friday morning from 8 to 9 a.m. And I had been at work during that time. Now I'm not, so I'm hoping I can attend that this Friday. I'm hoping and so thrilled and excited to be there. But Friday from 8 to 9, they'll have that meeting with David Zook, and so I'll attend that and just see where they're at with this housing crisis task force. Get back to you next month.
Okay. And we still don't have Josh on. Thank you. I'll report from my standpoint. My job is to represent you in the community, and I serve on the Chamber of Commerce board. I go to the COG meetings. Just so you know, Logan City, who has collected all of the garbage for us all these years since the 70s, actually since before then. They have decided that they no longer want to collect garbage in the greater county. They will only collect garbage for Logan. And so all 18 mayors in the county are meeting together, and we're looking at letting an RFP to see if we can find a private hauler that will help us. In case you didn't know, the county does not own the landfill. Logan owns the landfill. They opened a new landfill up by Amalga, and we're just trying to figure all of that out. Logan gave us 2 years, and then they said, no, we'll only give you 1 year. And now they're negotiating with us to give us 3 years. So we'll see how all that goes. But all of the mayors in Cache County are working hard on the behalf of all of the smaller cities and the county. So we're trying to work through that. I will keep you updated as we have more information, but it's kind of a big process when you think about the garbage that has to be removed from all of the cities. And just to buy cans, not for Logan, but for all of the other ones, is over $4 million just for cans. So it's a big deal. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to handle all that. So wanted to report to you too, we've got some construction, in case you hadn't noticed, on some of our roads. We've got First North that we're continuing to widen. That's coming along nicely. You have to go around it, and it's inconvenient to start with, but it will be really nice when it's done. First South, we're going to start construction on First South. I saw the power company down there changing poles this morning. So we're moving right ahead with that and hoping to have that done by fall, right, Brian?
Correct.
Okay. Third South has been closed all winter while we decided what was going on with that and how we were going to reconfigure that because of the way it had a really steep incline when it would meet First East. And so that they're about ready to do the asphalt on that in the next couple of days. So we're excited to have that. And then Second South, we're doing some repairs on Second South and the stuff that they laid last year. So that road is closed off so that we can get that done. But even though it's inconvenient now, we appreciate those of you who are willing to put up with that because the roads are so much nicer, aren't they? So anyway, there's a ton more stuff going on. Please watch our newsletter. We try to give you as much information as we can in the newsletter so that we don't have to take time in these meetings. There are QR codes on there so that you can go to our website. We are looking at changing the software for the pipeline so it's easier and it gives you more information and you can access it, access more information. So please watch for that new software. And if you're not signed up for the pipeline, please do it. So that way we can get information out to you that works for emergency services as well. So we would send something out on that if there was a problem. So if we've got a water problem, if we've got an electricity problem, we would send information out to you on that. So thank you all for your reports. I hope that was helpful for those of you who are in the meeting. I know it makes the end of the meeting a little bit longer, but we want you to know what we're doing. We want you to know that we're all working. Brent.
So when you talked about the garbage cans, we all have one.
Yeah, but they belong to Logan.
I know they belong to Logan, but what are they going to do with 4 million garbage cans? Now, I know.
Their problem.
Well, but why not buy them at a discounted rate from Logan?
We're looking at all of our
I'll just hide
options.
mine. How's that?
You know, when you start looking into this, there is a lot to it because there's a lot of different kind of garbage that has to be collected. And, you know, what are we going to do with recyclables? What are we going to do with green waste and hazardous waste and construction waste? So all of those things have to be considered. And we meet every week and a half to 2 weeks to go over this and make sure that the RFP is there. Part of the problem is that Logan has been a monopoly and they could charge us whatever they wanted. And so we're hoping to get some competition in here and get a lower price. I hope that's the case, but we do not know. It's such an unknown right now. We're working with garbage companies along the Wasatch Front. Where do we take our garbage? Do we take it over to Brigham City? Do we take it down to the middle of Utah? Do we put it on a rail car and send it down there? We just don't know all that information, but I will keep you posted as we make more decisions. So that said, I would like to move to the agenda item number 1, approval of minutes for our last meeting. So I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes from May 18th.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Carrie Kirk, second by Brent Spath. Any discussion on them? Is there anything that we need to adjust? We appreciate Ty's efforts, and he does a great job of capturing the things that are important. And of course, you all know that you can go back and listen to the meetings on our YouTube channel. So having no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. This is the portion of the meeting where if we have comments by citizens that are not directly connected to an agenda item, we will give you an opportunity to come to the mic and tell us your name and give us whatever feedback you have on something that you want to talk about. So if it's like a budget item or whatever, it would be during the, okay.
My name is Annette Drew, and I just wanted to, I went ahead and sent an email to each one of you and to Kathleen regarding the survey that I asked John to do, my husband, John Drew. I have extra copies if you want to look along with me, or
Can I just tell you, I had that forwarded to me, but I can give my email address.
yeah, I've got some here.
So you put 2 L's in my name instead of 1, so it didn't come to me. Did it get sent back to you? No.
I forwarded it to her, so she has a copy.
Can I give?
I'll take the copy.
I haven't, but if you made a copy, I'll take them.
Do all of you know how to access our agenda so that you can pull up these items? Okay.
Okay, so what I asked John to do is to do a survey of your peers. That means councils here in the valley. And I think he outlined a couple of things in here. As you can see.
Annette, just so you know, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, as you can see, Providence is the highest one. Not Logan. We didn't do Logan because it's 7 times bigger, and it's not really. So 3 of the cities have bigger population than councils, and considerably less money. This doesn't include the pay raise that was talked about in the 2023 budget. I just wonder if any of you think this is out of line. We had that huge increase that you guys got, and I don't know where the number came from, because as you can see, we're the highest ones. So if it was the people outside the valley, councils outside the valley, I really don't think that was a fair thing, really. The other thing I'd really like to see is, I went over the goals, and I'd like to see some SMART goals. I'd like each one of you to sit down with Kathleen, the mayor, and go over your goals for specific, measurable, attainable, time-based, and relevant goals. I think the people of Providence really deserve to have that outlined. I read these goals, and half of them I just kind of like, I don't know what they're talking about. So anyway, those are a couple of suggestions.
Thanks, Annette. Anyone else? Go ahead. I thought you were just.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Not trying to make a grand entrance.
Skulking out in the hallway, right?
Yeah, not quite. My name is Kendall Pace. I'm resident of Providence. And this is sort of related to item 4 and sort of not related to item 4, so I guess I can speak now. But on May 25th, I think there's a planning commission meeting where we talked about the zone change from the commercial highway district to the multifamily high. And most people in the room, I believe all the people in the room that were here, had quite a group of people that are opposed to that multifamily high. And it wasn't just the people in the room, it was people that I talked to around my neighborhood and other places and throughout Providence. It seems to be a pretty unanimous feeling or opinion that they don't want multifamily high there, or even, you know, in other places for that matter. But it was also brought up about the survey that was sent out a few months ago, and the lack of participation in the survey. And some of the feeling I have is from the people I've talked to is they don't really feel like the city is listening to them, or what does it really matter to fill out a survey since nothing's going to happen anyway, no matter what they say. But, and I have an example of that even in a meeting where there was people that weren't in attendance, but they sent emails or letters to the planning commission to be read in, with a promise to be read in, that they were unilaterally decided by the chairman not to read them in at the time. And those people are opposed to the multifamily high as well in that particular location.
At 1 minute.
I think people feel like they're not being heard or being paid attention to when the chairperson can unilaterally decide not to read in or censor, I use the word censor strongly on that, to censor out people that aren't there that really expected to have their emails or letters read in or heard. They weren't heard. The reason was that was given is that the information in those are offensive. And if you read through each one of those, there's 5 of them. There's nothing profane in them, and there's nothing threatening in them. There were just opinions that were given by the citizens of this town that wanted to be heard. We need to have our opinions open and allowed to be heard, not shut down by one person, the chairman even for that matter, to decide that this isn't appropriate to be read in. I urge this council to go with the planning commission's decision to deny the multifamily high on item number 4. We don't want that. I'm opposed to that. I think most people in Providence are opposed to that. I think my minute's up, isn't it?
It is.
So I have more, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I don't know whose turn. Thank you.
Whoever rushes up here.
Vicki Holmgren. Okay, when we first moved here, and we've only lived here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I know. Under 6 years, we only had a part-time mayor. Okay, then we were told that because we didn't have a city manager, that he needed to be a full-time mayor. So that happened. So then he appointed himself full-time mayor. And then we got a manager, a city manager that we voted no on. And so now we've given Scarlett a new position that was made up her. I mean, it wasn't something that she moved into, it was new. And so anyway, we just feel like the city is kind of top heavy. And we don't feel like somebody's got to have a raise to make ends meet. And we feel like it's a time right now to be cinching in the belt with the whatchamacallit, inflation. Thank you. So anyway, that's our opinion. I say our because I speak for others as well as myself.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Just so you know, we do not have a full-time mayor. Not a full-time position. Okay, anyone else? Okay.
I just want to state your name. My name's Silas Nebeker. I just want to prove that she is speaking for other people because I kind of agree. As your Taft Benson said, a government big enough to give you everything you want is big enough to take everything you've got. So, I mean, I'm not saying our city's getting that big, but it definitely starts with the city. And I think we can do without a city manager. I mean, I love him as a person, but I think maybe we can do without a city manager. We can do without like lower the pay. I don't know, just should the city be putting concerts in the parks? Or is that something that private citizens can do? I don't know, just some thoughts.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close item number 1, or excuse me, item the public comment portion of this meeting. We do have one email, but that has to do with one of our agenda items. Did you get that? Did you get it, Scarlett?
And I got it, yes.
Okay, all right. We'll move to item number 2. This is a public hearing. This is Providence City's proposed final budget for fiscal year 2023. We'll take comments and questions regarding the city's proposed budget for the coming fiscal year. If you'll remember, we introduced this budget and have had it open for 30 days to allow for additional public comments. And so Ryan, if you want to speak to that, I'll turn the time over to you.
Like you said, we've had the budget open. Have gotten just a few small comments, but really haven't had a lot to report on. So in general, it is presented in nearly the same form that it was 30 days ago. The council can adopt, modify, or change any of the items in it. Just going through the budget executive summary. This shows the different items that will affect the majority of the budget. These I would call the triggers. The idea overwhelmingly is that we want to maintain the current level of service. If that's different, then but that is a basis of the approach, is to maintain current level of service to fulfill the maintenance and obligations identified in the various master plans, and to keep that keep those priorities going. So that the council's adopted. Those items will be broken out by different funds: the water, the sewer, the stormwater, the operational notes, and grant funds. It also talks about our organizational structure, talks about the fund structure, talks about the visions and goals that have been brought up That is something not all budgets have, but has been important. And I would note that the mayor did meet with each member of the council to discuss their goals. I have summarized some of the current things that have been going on and status. If you'd like to update that status, please let me know. I'm happy to update any of those. And then and I have added, so one thing that was noted, and I appreciate help and feedback from anybody, I do take that, but I've added a footer with page numbers. So appreciate Cheryl's comments and help to do that. I'm willing to learn, but it will go through. It is a 5-year budget model. It shows the previous 4 years, the current budget proposed, and the proposed additional 4 years, so that we can plan and show what is not only planned today, but what's planned in the future, and those trends. So you can see trends where we're spending more, we're spending less. We've talked about specifically wage adjustments. We put them and specifically highlight them out. The salary adjustments, those that are appointed and that are statutory appointments. And so it shows those, shows the projection of property taxes and where we're going. I would note that we don't project and are not proposing any type of property tax increase. The rate will reduce because of the valuation of properties are going up. While we maintain the same revenue, we are seeing a property tax rate decrease, especially as the rate of housing prices are going up. So that is something you'll see that the rate is actually falling. We're projecting to do that so that we can be in the median. 3 years ago, we were the highest in the valley. Today, we're in the median. So we're achieving that and have had property tax decrease the last 2 years. So the rates projected, sales tax trends, we do trends over the last 10 years and have a trend analysis for where that's going, and so that we can project revenue and expenses accurately. So then we get into the different capital projects, and each one of those is separated by area of the city, and then also by enterprise funds. So you see those, and then there is, as we get farther down, the master plan specifically has identified those priorities, and we've tried to budget those over years so that we can show how we can accomplish. So anyway, you'll see that throughout. Transportation, fleet, water, sewer, stormwater, secondary water, and fiber infrastructure. So that is where it goes, and happy to have any comment that there might be.
Ryan, of course, we on the council have gone through this with fine-tooth comb, but we can't see, our screen isn't on. So we were able to follow along. We know it. I was wondering if I should get up and turn it on, but I didn't know if that was the only thing that needed to happen.
I believe so. See if it turns on.
Yeah, well, and we have it. We have access to it. Okay, it's okay. Okay. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, we'll see.
Turn the electricity on, would you?
Have more power, money for power.
Always a budget issue.
Well, we are looking to maybe upgrade some equipment in here. So anyway, sorry about that. I didn't know it wasn't on. So anyway.
So, are you done, Ryan?
I'm done.
Okay. We'll entertain, since this is a is a public hearing. We'll entertain any comments that anyone has. We'll vote on this item later in the meeting under the legislative action. So comments? Lara?
Please
Say your
don't,
name.
Laura Fisher, please don't continue to consider widening Canyon Road from Edgewood or Grandview, excuse me, on up. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Okay,
Is that in
Do
this
we-
budget? Is that in this budget? Where's that in this budget?
At the end,
What page are you talking about, Laura?
the last page.
The last page of our document is fiber capital improvement plan. So
Well, I don't have your thing. I only have the one that you published for the last meeting. The recreation list has several things on it. One of them is the widening of Canyon Road. There's some detail about putting in a hiking path or walkway. The road is 30 feet wide. There's no right of way on one side of the street. There's compromised, that is to say, incomplete right of way on the other side of the street. I am complaining to you now, as you are all aware, about traffic problems on that road, which will only be increased by widening the road. And as I said, I'm not sure practically how it can be done without going to court. I would like some law enforcement for the motor vehicle traffic on that part of Canyon Road. I've been asking for it for 25 years and I've gotten nothing so far. Now, rather than providing law enforcement on that part of Canyon Road where it is very much needed, in your agenda, there's a description of a project to widen that road. There's no description of any project to provide law enforcement on the road. And I don't believe, as it's being described right now, that it's practical. I don't know if all of you have been up there. I know that people on my street have not been asked about it, whether they're in favor of it, whether they think it would work, whether it would be a good or bad thing. So I continue to ask you to possibly, if possible, take that out of your budget. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
I think on her point is, I think she's talking about the last page of the either proposed trail plan that we have here. So not the last page of the budget one, but in one of these that we do talk about either adding a trailhead up the mouth of the canyon or having trails that would be along there. So there is a potential, to her point, there is a potential for the discussion of widening. So that would be something that we can move back in years if it's something we're not thinking we'd ever accomplish, can be stricken. These are just coming directly from the master plans that were adopted, and that's where the numbers, that's where I'm getting my information, is directly from those plans. And that's what's feeding this.
If
So
I'm seeing this correctly, and if this is the one we're talking about, it says trailhead, mouth of Providence Canyon. There's no budget projected for the next 10 years to do anything with it. Is that the one? Am I missing something?
The city submitted a grant proposal to a federal agency asking for $400,000, I think, in 2019 for a project described verbatim the same way.
and that is true from Highway 165 to the mouth to do repair and maintenance and potential widening. The project was not funded and has not been re-requested.
My point is that what you're describing has already been estimated by Mr. Snow as probably costing that much money. There's not a variation between
what was proposed in the grant proposal and what is now described in your budget proposal.
Well, okay. Scarlett, do we have any more comments online about the budget?
No additional comments have come through yet.
So we have no comments on this. We'll now move to item number 3. This is 2022 budget adjustments. We'll take comments and questions regarding adjustments to the fiscal year 2022. So Ryan, that one's yours as well.
So when we do our budget, we have some pass-through items. And those pass-through items are ones that will have a revenue and expense associated with it by its nature. So we have taxes received by the county. The county receives taxes on our behalf. And this is also used for transit and I believe RAPs. But these are taxes the county receives and expenses. And so at that point, we see the taxes received, the revenue for those and the expenses for those, they will match. There was a $92,000 difference between those. We've had a continual increase, but this one has taken a much bigger increase than expected. But it's a revenue expense, so we're moving both the revenue and expense for that because it's a complete pass through to us. The transient local is another one that comes in that same way. Then there was transfers to capital projects. This is an expense from the general fund to the capital projects. So the higher this goes, the more we are transferring for projects. So our revenue has been sufficient enough that we can transfer it to our savings, and then we can use that savings for projects. So the increase of that is actually, it looks as an expense, but it is an expense to the general fund, but you'll see it's a revenue to the capital projects fund. You'll see that as a wash. And then the other one was sanitation, the cost, because we've had more homes than expected, and the cost increases more than expected from Logan City. It's again pass through, and we're increasing the revenue and the expense at the same rates. So at this point, we're looking at the only items that we're really adjusting in the budget are items that we're a pass-through entity of. All other items we were within budget and expect to be within budget. So.
Good work, staff. Good work, Ryan. That's awesome.
That's awesome. One question. At one time, there was an issue about the net. We're on First North. Did we get that resolved?
We are in the process of getting it ordered. We've got our quotes. We've got it aligned up, and we expect, instead of it being able to be done in this fiscal year, we expect it'll have to happen after July 1st. So it'll be in next year's, and we'll take care of that with the budget we have, we expect. So came in better than expected. So.
Okay. Any public comment on this? Scarlett, have we got anything online?
No additional comments from online.
Okay. So we'll close that portion. Item number 4 is an ordinance 05-2022, partial rezone of parcel 3-002-007. Providence City Council will discuss and may take action on a request to rezone a section of parcel 03-002-0007, generally located at 420 South State Road 165. Applicants are requesting that it be rezoned from commercial highway to multifamily high. Planning Commission held a public hearing and recommended to the council via motion that they deny the rezone. So, Scarlett, do you have some information on this? And then we'll allow, Craig, did you want to say anything?
Why not?
Let's have Scarlett do her portion of it, and then we can have you. So this sounds like it's the whole piece to rezone, but it's only half of it, right?
Yes, the pieces in its entirety right now is zoned commercial highway district. Commercial highway district is a zone that encourages businesses that generate that generate sales tax. So, and the thought for that particular zone is because Providence has such a limited area that is along high traffic areas between the Highway 165 and our Gateway Drive is turning into a pretty good traffic mover as well. So the areas between that, council several years ago felt like they needed to be reserved for businesses that draw off of high traffic areas, thus the creation of the commercial highway district. So that's a little background on that. However, sometimes when you get too far away from that, that district loses its appeal. And so the thought is that perhaps the east side of this property could be served with the applicant is requesting multifamily high, which would be 18 units per net acre in that area. And so the differences, you can do home businesses in multifamily high, but they have to be done as home businesses. And in commercial highway district, you can't have residential units. So that's the reason for the request to have part commercial highway, part multifamily high. The staff report that was in the city council packet is the same report that was prepared for the planning commission and that was presented and based on that was presented prior to the or during the comment period. When we do a staff report, we look at findings of facts, conclusions of law, and conditions. And then findings of facts that we looked at, we make sure we follow state code in this. And so we look at state code 109A505, 109A506, 109A302, 109A, Providence City Code 10-4-1, Providence City Code 10-5, Providence City Code 10-6-1, and Providence City Code 10-8-1. And as we look through those different codes that give the council and the city different permissions, Providence has divided the city into zoning districts. The planning commission, this says will hold, and now it's after the fact. So the planning commission did hold a public hearing prior to making a recommendation on this request to assign a zone. Excuse me. The city's zoning districts do include the commercial highway and the multifamily district, high district, and the general plan, vision, and key initiatives are listed in this report. We talked about the property currently being zoned commercial highway, the general plan map, future rezone of existing districts, and annexed area anticipates excuse me, these properties will remain commercial highway. The transportation plan identifies this area of 300 South as a major collection road and this area of 500 South as a minor arterial. And then it also identifies 300 South as a limited access road and as a road, both 300 South and 500 South as roads separated or with a separated or buffered bike lane. And there's an illustration in the report that shows an example with how the road could be laid out and showing it. It doesn't have a median separation, it's just a striped bike lane. So the Parks, Trails and Recreation Master Plan was also considered, and it also proposes a roadside pathway for this area 300 South and this area 500 East or 500 South, and the developer is aware of those. There are some sensitive areas in this particular place. Our city code calls non-developable areas as jurisdictional wetlands, steep slopes, natural waterways, or open water. The developer is aware of that, and as he proceeds with development, whether it's zoned, no matter what the zone is, he'll be aware of that and take those into consideration. It also lists areas that are potentially developable. There are steep slopes in that too, but they're a little bit less grade of slope, floodplains, critical wildlife habitat areas, geological hazard, and earthquake fault lines, and wildfire hazard areas. Not all of those pertain to this particular development, but they are what Providence City considers potentially developable. The lands within the potentially developable designation have moderate to extreme potential wildfire, and the requirements of this section and other applicable state codes and federal requirements apply and may be considered for development density at the discretion of the Providence City Planning Commission based on recommendations from professionals with expertise in the field. And I apologize, that's a typo, in the field being discussed. That means that when he comes in with development plans, whether they be commercial highway, whether they be multifamily, or whether they be some other zone in the future that you talk about, he or she will have to keep that in mind. And then the Cache County parcel zoning or parcel summary lists areas that need to be looked at. Doesn't mean that they are absolutely there, but should be considered. Canals, wetlands, water bodies, floodplain, county floodplain buffer, moderate slopes, steep slopes, liquefaction potential, and wildfire hazard area. And included in the staff report is a comparison of the uses listed in Providence City Code 10-6-1, which is our use chart, and then the area requirements listed in 10-8-1, which I briefly summarized at the beginning on the uses, the differences that anything in a multifamily zone would be considered. Any business performed in a multifamily zone has to be done as a home business, where commercial highway is dedicated to retail businesses. So the conditions were that prior to making a recommendation to the City Council, the Planning Commission must hold a public hearing. They fulfilled that condition, and that you have their recommendation. The applicant shall meet all applicable state, federal laws, codes, rules. Approval by the city of any application submitted or paperwork does not alleviate the owners and/or their agents from their responsibility to understand and conform to local, state, and federal laws. Providence City's approval is not intended to and cannot be construed to allow any laws to be violated. While Providence City Council, Planning Commission, and staff does their very best to make sure that all T's are crossed and all I's are dotted, if we happen to miss one, the developer is still expected to understand our codes and design appropriately. And then in the report was a diagram of the proposed zoning, showing the blue is the multifamily area, the peach is the commercial highway. I might also add there's a part in here on that map that isn't colored. That's been sold to a commercial development. It will be Judge's Car Wash is what the plan is for that. And so it is right in line with the commercial highway uses. And that concludes the report. Unless you want to go into detail on the uses.
Can you say the colors again? The gray and the green.
Oh, I'm sorry. The gray is the road, and the green is actually it's Ballard Springs. It's the actual pond. Anything else? Okay, thank you for
There
your
might
time.
be. But
Okay, I won't go too far.
Craig, did you want to say anything?
Sure.
I bought this property a
State your name.
little less than,
Craig, do you want to state your name?
Craig Champlin is my name. I bought the property, it'll be about a year ago. And I think it's a year in July and August. And the first thing we did is we went in there and cleaned up what I considered a big mess. and it wasn't cheap to do it either. But we did it. We cleaned it out. We saw potential for this property to be something more. When we first came in, we came in for a kind of a mixed use plan. We had multi-housing and office and retail and all those kind of things mixed up into a plan. And that never reached this body here. That was done, I think, at a planning and zoning that predates most of the people that are on planning and zoning now. But anyway, we got a message from the city that they really needed this peach. I'm glad that Scarlett put a name on that color because I've been trying to figure out what it is for a long time. But anyway, that would be good for the highway commercial. And so we created these 4 lots there, 4 possible lots that can be developed into whatever we're hoping, restaurant, maybe a convenience store, if possible, just any kind of uses like that. Then we started to look at the rest of the property, and I'm sure you're well aware of the fact that in Cache Valley, everybody wants to be on the main drag. From Hiram to Smithfield and beyond, everybody wants to be on the main drag. And so we are very concerned about our ability to develop the remainder of that property into commercial. As you look at the part that's in Providence City, most of all the businesses are up on the street. Well, the one exception to that is where Macy's is. Macy's is a big anchor. And I understand that they still had a really tough time moving those businesses off the street back behind there. And so that's one thing. But I've been in the real estate development business now for 35 years, and my experience in commercial is limited, but I do own commercial properties in Logan, and I own property by Jack's Tire and Oil there, and finding out what I can do in the back of that property has kept me from being able to develop that property. And I owned it for 15 years. But so anyway, we just feel like putting in this multi-family housing is a good use. It's not a big project. There's going to be probably somewhere around 7 acres there. I think that the high density label is really not fair, because 18 units per acre is not high density. Even now in the city where people have created these new zones of mixed use and other zones, they're more dense than this. I would say medium density at best for that. But I think you all know that housetops are what brings commercial And you can't really get around that. I live in Hyde Park. I will tell you, Hyde Park does not allow apartments. They fight it. They don't want it. We have a Maverick in our town. That's what we have. There's a few other scattered businesses around there, but we have no commercial. You know, they struggle with their budget to go out and fix a pothole. I tell you, I know there's been a few in front of my house, but I just think moving away from multi-housing is a big mistake. I want to talk a little bit about the demand for multi-housing. I'm sure that you all know this, but in the state of Utah, 70% of Utahns are priced out of a home. They cannot afford a home, especially a home on a 3rd-acre lot. And so there's, you know, you say that the gentleman that was here said that you know, everybody's against multi-housing. What about the people who can't afford to live in anything but multi-housing? There's a lot of them, and there's going to be more with the way interest rates are going up and everything like that. I think another real positive about this project is our road here. This is fantastic. And we're building the retirement homes here. That's our project. And we've already put in our share of that road to this point here. That is going to be a road that is going to make the impact of this project very small, because once we get that road in, everybody's going to go down that road. They're going to go to Macy's or wherever they want to go. They're not going to go into those neighborhoods to the east. There'll be no motivation for them to go that way. It's expensive to put in that road. If I'm unable to develop that area there, it might be a while before we can complete that road and put that in there. So I'll tell you, people that will use it though, it'll be the people that are on the east there that live in those subdivisions. That'll be a great road for them. And I just want to talk about the positives of this development. Yeah, we did have a 3-hour meeting last week, and everybody came down hard on multi-housing. But I think we're trying to do something to help Hyde Park. We're trying to bring income producing revenue to it with the sales tax. And
Probably Providence, not Hyde Park.
did I say Hyde Park? Okay, now I'm really confused.
We're
Providence.
interested in
Yeah.
Providence, you know,
we
like
anyway.
Hyde Park. But
And I'm really not asking for anything more than what they've already allowed on the other side of the street. On the other side of the street of the highway, that is zoned commercial highway and multi-housing behind that. So I'm only asking for the same thing that they've got there. But I think we can do a nice job. And my clients that are moving into that project, we've started to sell lots now. We've got, 10 or 11 homes sold there. They, to a person, the ones we've asked, they do not want commercial next to them. They would rather to see residential or multi-housing there than the commercial. So does anybody have any questions? Because I've got all kinds of answers.
The road that connects through 500 South, that goes through the 55 plus, is that a PUD road or is that?
That's a private road. Yeah, it's a PUD.
So how is that maintained?
So-
differently?
So are you talking Fifth South?
Yeah.
Fifth
so-
South will be,
Fifth South,
Fifth
that would-
South will be a
that's
city
gonna be
road.
City road.
It'll
It's
be a
right
city
next
road.
to PUD.
Yeah, no. I see.
But the road going to the north into the is a private one, but the Fifth South is public.
Yeah, and then the other access that we've got into that property is on Third South, so. We see a very small impact on this project for the rest of the community. And the ones it's really going to impact is going to be my community that I'm building there. But I've built like 13 or 14 of these 55 and older communities, and half of them are built next to apartments. And I thought it would hurt me, but it doesn't really hurt. It doesn't, make that big of a difference.
So if I just might comment, I listened to the planning commission and I believe all of us did. That's kind of our homework to listen and the comments and I think that what you're proposing is super reasonable. But since Prop 1, we, like the citizens of Providence, have lit their hair on fire. And they are so clear, and not just the loud ones and not just the ones that come to meetings, the vast majority are just so clear that they don't want to see apartments anytime in the near future. I think it's a good plan. I just feel like the timing is off because of the sentiment that we're receiving right now. I feel like if we could get some commercial in there, and then, people could see that there needs to be a transition between the commercial, or leaving it open to commercial district, highway district. There's the option of something bigger going in, which would serve Providence better. I just am so sympathetic to what you're saying because I think it's a good plan, and I think it's good city planning to have transition between the commercial and the residential or the bigger lots. But because of the public sentiment right now, I feel like we have to honor the fact that the citizens, such a huge majority have spoken so clearly.
Well, okay. This is not a democracy. It's a republic. That's all I'm going to say. Sometimes the majority is not always right.
I couldn't agree more with that.
Yeah, but I will tell you that property up front will be a lot more valuable to Providence City if I'm able to put those apartments up there, because this is kind of a live work situation, where people can live in an area, they can walk to the stores, those kinds of things. I tried to get a plan drawn up, to show you a possibility. I couldn't find anybody that had any time to draw a plan up for me, since our last meeting. So, but
The other thing that Ryan asked the county for, and I don't know if he's heard back, was for numbers on what number of apartments and units are in process and what the deficit is, because between these South End towns right now, we have a lot of already approved housing, and it would be very interesting to know where we're at with what's approved. I mean, since Prop 1, we've been so very careful on this council and to approve anything with any amount of density. But there's a lot in process right now that it hasn't become available yet. But I mean, the deficit is huge, but maybe we're closer than we think we are with the 500 units that Nibley has in process and the couple hundred that Hiram has in process and what we have in process, you know. So I feel like I am willing to put the brakes on to let the waters calm, and so for me, it's a big issue of timing.
Well, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate your comments there and everything. I would love to put a nice commercial building in there, but there's no such thing as a mid-sized box anymore. They don't exist. Logan's filled their latest mid-sized box with a pickleball court. It's not really. They've got three anchors in the mall that are completely empty.
So sad.
It's just the mid-size. This is too small for a big box. It's just too small for any kind of big box.
What about a car lot?
Huh?
What about a car lot?
Well, that'd be good
The
tax.
lost revenue,
Good tax
the lost
revenue for you
revenue
guys.
in car lots is unbelievable.
I understand that. I'm not going to build a car lot next to my retirement project. Lights, you know, that sort of thing. But it's a good idea for Providence. It really is.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking for that commercial area?
Well, we've been talking to restaurants. I tried to put a convenience store on the corner where the car wash is. I talked to 4 different active convenience store owners from this area. I couldn't get any of them to take a bite on it. But I think that would be a good use. But I'm mainly thinking the best use would be restaurants, you know, and if you can get them. But there's not very many places. I know at least one restaurant that was considering going on that corner before their financial situation changed and they couldn't do it. But you know, they like that area there. So it's maybe not even there yet, because what we're relying on is housetops. We have to have housetops now. As it grows in Nibley and Millville and Hiram, and that road gets busier, it's going to become more attractive, you know. But that you to put an office building back there, for example, is not going to generate any income for you. You know, it's got to be some kind of a retail or a sales tax producing business, you know, to bring revenue to the city, which I'm all for, you know, but it's a challenge.
Do you feel that you are limiting your opportunities by changing this zone and reducing the size of the commercial lots?
No, actually, we shortened our commercial lots a little bit. I mean, we've got about 209 feet depth, and but we do feel like if it's easier to come to the city council and say, hey, we need 10 more feet for commercial than it is to go the other way, you know. So
my concern is sometimes we get a lot of parking in front, and sometimes it's nice to have some parking in the rear. So you got a little more pleasant appearing business up front. Somewhere, if you go down the street a little bit further, so you look at some of the restaurants we do have, the parking is either on the side or to the rear. I'm worried about the space that you have there. At least not worried, it's a concern that you don't shortchange yourself, that you limit yourself on what could possibly go in there because you're reducing the size of those lots.
Well, there's an example right now of a building that was just built next to the 7-Eleven, between 7-Eleven and the Chick-fil-A. It's going to be Habit Burger that they just came in. The dimensions on their building are 40 foot wide by 90 feet deep, which is about 3,600 square feet. And so they would easily fit on one of these lots right here. And it's, the parking would probably be at the back. You know, it'll be around the back and then you loop around, you know. Right now, most of these restaurants, they all want a drive-in window. That is the in thing right now. And it's because we've been through COVID and they found out they could run their businesses through a window. They can't get employees and they can still run their business because they got a drive-through window. And so that is probably the number one. You can get your highest rent out of somebody who has a drive-through window. So.
Okay.
I've talked a long time. I got, anyway, I appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. And, you know, maybe you want to continue it. I don't know. I don't, you know, I'm going to go ahead and try and sell those spots up front. You know, that's not going to stop me from selling those spots in front. I'm just worried about the property from where that ends and where my other project begins. What am I going to do with it? And a lot of it has to do with years of trying to do it somewhere else. So
It was mentioned in the meeting, the blue right now is currently commercial, right? The blue is what we're
Commercial highway.
switching.
Commercial.
yeah,
highway.
it's
Commercial
all
highway.
commercial.
It was mentioned in the meeting. I understood what the conversation was, but if it remained commercial highway, you'd have more business of some sort back in there. And
Well, that's
the
what
people-
that's what they're hoping for.
And
I mean,
the people living there would be, dumpsters were mentioned, but they'd be looking at the back of, or they'd be looking at commercial buildings and not
Correct.
the.
So he's talking about.
Three story homes.
Doing a
have
transition.
landscape properties there that are hopefully well taken care of and managed well. I mean, that's really, you know, I mean, Deloy Hansen has kind of been the most successful at developing the apartments. And he's kind of got a formula that he uses on these apartments, you know, and I think most people will say that he has nice projects and our design and everything is following what he's doing there. But
Well, let's see if there's further discussion on this.
I'll go sit down then. Or you need me up here anymore?
Okay, we'll comment if we need to bring you back up. to
Okay.
that.
I just had a comment, and it's mostly directed towards the planning commission, maybe something we can pass on to them. Well, first, that I cannot say enough how much I appreciate their time doing the public hearings and giving ample time for the residents to express their opinions and their concerns. Because it's kind of an arduous task that they take on. So I appreciate those planning commission members, but I just would wonder if, as we have these public hearings, if we see things that we need to change in our code, and I think some of those things start in the planning commission and then they get brought forward to the council in the design standard. Because a lot of the concerns that I felt like I heard in the public hearing were very thematic. Probably pretty thematic, but maybe there's some adjustments that we can make in our code to address those concerns so that housing projects can be more successful and palatable to the community because of the modifications that get made to the code. So I would just maybe challenge the planning commission that if they see these thematic concerns, that they bring some suggestions back to the council on changes that might be able to be made. Does that make sense? My thought makes sense.
Yeah.
Laura? I didn't understand what you meant. Well, the concern about maybe the placement of open space or the placement of driveways and safety for children,
The placement of dumpsters and those kind of
and
things. that-
things like that, that maybe we can codify a little bit so that the projects have those guidelines. And the things that are completed are things that the residents can be, proud of and happy with.
Design is important. And, we talk about what fits in Providence City and what doesn't. Personally, I don't like the chicken coop looking ones. It's just my personal opinion. I want a softer look. But I keep banging my drum. Okay, so we have in front of us an opportunity to, the planning commission is a recommending body. Of course, the city council can override that if they feel that there's additional information that would help us make a decision. We can also put this item off and not vote on it right this minute. To your comment, Carrie, that perhaps right now is not the exact time to do this kind of thing, but I will take a motion and a second, and then we can discuss it further.
I'll make a motion there. I'll make a motion on item number 4, ordinance 05-2022 to partial rezone of parcel 03-002-007. That the council take the recommendation of the planning commission and deny the rezone.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have additional discussion that we need to have? Doesn't mean that the developer can't come back with another proposal. But right now, at this point in time, that's what our residents have asked for. Although we've heard lots of times when people come in, they say, I don't want high density. Again, it's not high density. We're not building little Shanghai here. But they've told us that they want it out by the highway. They don't want it up in the city. So, and we've heard a lot of feedback about that. So, anyway, we have a motion and a second. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay. Item number 5 is resolution 009-2022 and 01-0-2022 Planning Commission alternates. We had an opportunity to interview 4 very well qualified candidates, more than I have seen in the past. Out of those 2, well, Michael Fortune and Ryan Snow and I did the interviews. We interviewed 4 people and they were very qualified. We selected 2 individuals that we felt were from different parts of the city that we could have on the planning commission that would bring perhaps different perspectives for the people who the other people that we might have had in the past. And so we have 2 candidates. We have Shelley Nazer and Robert Washburn, and you have their resumes, and we can have each of them come up and talk to us for a moment. You can ask questions. So Shelley, if you would like to come up.
Hello.
This would be for alternates. So they wouldn't be voting members. They would be participating members, but not voting members.
How many voting members are there?
There are 5.
And if one doesn't show up, the alternate.
The alternate does vote,
Does
yes.
vote if they don't show up.
Well, and then they move into a voting position when
When someone else leaves.
So if they don't have 5 at the meeting, 'cause I've been to quite a few meetings and there's 3 or I can just.
Well, majority,
A majority.
right. If there are not 5 members,
So with
they're
these 2 alternates, we'll hopefully have
correct.
all 5 each.
Hi, my name's Shelley Mazer. I know most of you. Jeff, I don't think we've met personally. I voted for you. I don't want to take much of your time. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity. I'm very excited about it. I serve as a board of director on a local nonprofit, Little Lambs Foundation for Kids. And I work for the state of Utah in the Division of Natural Resources for water rights. So I'm very interested and very plugged into growth and development for the whole county. And I work with a lot of varied individuals in our county and surrounding counties. Do you have any questions for me?
I'm just thankful for your willingness to serve. I appreciate it. And I feel that the Planning Commission is so important in how the citizens perceive that the city is receiving them. And so that position of smiling and listening and helping citizens to know that they're being heard is such an important role that you play. And the whole city is represented by that council. You know, when people are like, they don't listen, they're often, you know, they're talking about the city council, but they're also, they want to be heard by the Planning Commission, and you get to listen and smile and acknowledge that you hear, and I appreciate that.
It's a tough job, so thank you for being willing to serve.
I was just gonna say, I didn't realize how much say the Planning Commission has in the development and the density that happens all around the city, how much you have in that say, the vote. Sometimes it's not us, the city council, that lets those things go through. It's the Planning Commission that,
Well, they're a recommending
oversees-
body,
right, but they do have.
but they do their homework.
They do approve
Correct.
developments and control some density in the city that they do and we don't.
Right,
So
we
it's
control them, but they don't.
more important than I.
Yeah.
do.
What are your feelings on
Thank you.
PUDs and private roads?
Well, I feel like they should probably be bigger. I think that that's sort of the general consensus. I think that people who live in HOAs prefer for their roads to be well maintained and well taken care of. They want room for garbage collection and parking, and you can't get all of those things on tiny little streets. So
What do you think that they have a place within the city? I mean, I one of the things that my personal concerns about HOA roads and PUD roads is that they pay property taxes already to the city to maintain their roads, but then they also pay an HOA on top of that to maintain their own roads. So they pay for roads twice. If it was already set up as a public road, then they already paid to have that road maintained. That makes sense.
right, and I think that because of the HOA and the size and the structure, I think that a lot of times that doesn't happen, and I think that's really unfortunate for the citizens who live within those communities. So I think that's one of the things that you spoke about when you're saying that the Planning Commission can maybe take a look at the code and maybe make some changes. I think that might be a really good one to look at.
And then the development agreements, that's another question I had about was, we hear a lot of concerns that come through with the public hearings and all those kinds of things, but we have to follow that through on the development agreement, and the council doesn't see that, doesn't come back to us, and so just making sure that the developments that are approved are consistent with the aesthetic that the community asks for. And whether that is, considering transitions or landscaping areas or, I think there's a wide cafeteria of choices that we could do to put those things into play, but I think that's the development agreements are where those things are firmly established. Is that fair?
Actually, it's the city code.
The city code,
It's the design standards in the city code. The development agreements are how the developer is going to install the infrastructure and be responsible for their payment and that type of thing. But when it comes to design standards, that's really coming right out of the city code. But they do have to look for that in the site plans and make sure that the site plans meet the city code.
And I think there has been some of that recently at the Planning and Zoning Commission meetings. And that's one of the things that is not just recommended to the council and that they do take legislative action on. And I think that we do rely heavily on the city staff to make sure that everything's matching and met up. But I definitely would study the city code and take a look at it. I definitely have been searching it online and reading various
light
things.
reading.
Yeah.
I appreciate your willingness. Those are just some of my thoughts.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I would just be honored to be appointed to the commission. And I appreciate you for taking the time to talk to me about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
I have a quick question, not regarding Shelley, but talk about the private roads you mentioned versus public roads. B&C road funds, do they take into account private roads?
No,
So I thought that, there's a little bit delineation between the funds we receive from the state, B&C road funds, and private roads. So we do get taxes back from the state to maintain through B&C road funds to maintain roads, where it's not given back to the private developers or private roads, because so there is a little difference in that.
Robert? Bob? Do you go by Bob or Robert? Okay.
Moving away, sit too long. My name is Bob Washburn. Pleased to be here. Enjoyed our visits as we discussed things. I'm a native of Cache Valley. I grew up in Logan, graduated from Logan High School, graduated from Utah State, met my wife there, and we disappeared for 40 years. Lived in many parts of the country and overseas. Seen many different kinds of city town arrangements, streets, and housing and issues. When we lived in Colorado, I served on the Public Works Commission for our town, which was primarily associated with road construction, maintenance, snow removal, and a lot of building, developments, commercial and residential, and it impacted the roads as well. Your question about private roads has some experience with that, but many times a developer will request a variance from having a standard sized road for their development. The HOA and the people are going to pay for their own snow removal and everything once the developer's got all his money and heads off to the next state. The homeowners realize they're being taxed twice, and they want to give their street to the city. And so we found that that was never a good option, because there's oftentimes not enough room for the snowplow to turn around. Just issues that arise from things like that. So I'm not a big fan of private roads. And I having been in an HOA where I get to pay double taxes, I didn't appreciate that either. So, but I have experience in many of those things. I worked in the defense contracting industry for 35 years or so. Highly regulated business. Also got an investment license and another regulated business. So I understand laws and regulations and ordinances that there's a reason for those. Usually there's usually a story behind each ordinance and each regulation that's made. And so understanding what the rules are is a primary factor in dealing with these kinds of things. I'm retired. I've got time to study and learn and to come up to speed on what's going on. I do want to serve my community. So anyway, that's kind of my story.
Okay.
Do you want to share your opinion on the hot topic in Providence with high density? Or no? Just
I have some experience. Okay. When I got a job in Salt Lake, I was still living in Denver. I commuted for 2 years, and I bought a condo in Centerville, and it was in a community. There were condos and townhomes and patio homes and a bunch of HOAs all grouped together, and it was really a nice community. There were all age groups, there were families, there were places to play, there was open space, parking, and I had a really good experience with that. And I saw a lot of young families just getting started, and they get into a condo and they struggle and save, and they can move up into a townhome, and then I feel like that kind of thing can be very successful. But I think that educating the public and experience with that is really important. I mean, you can't just do it without the folks who live in town and what their expectation is. Let me just say this, that I lived in a small town, started out being a small town in Colorado. Okay. We were there for 20 years. And it grew like crazy. And the initial, when I first started on planning commission or the Public Works Commission, the town felt like we like the small town feel. And as it grew and grew, it didn't have that feel anymore. And there was a lot of need to educate people or to just let urban sprawl continue. And so I kind of seen both sides. I think we've got to know where we want to go as a community. Where do the citizens of this community want to live? They want to live in a small town atmosphere. They want to just grow and grow and grow. And we need to decide where we're going and make sure the public is on our side. That's kind of my feeling.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. You can go back to your seat. So I'll entertain a motion
I was just gonna say, I was kind of sad I didn't get to attend any interviews as the planning and zoning liaison. But maybe that's what I do
Next one, don't worry,
next time.
we'll invite you.
Okay.
It's always good to have more feedback. Okay, do I have a motion?
Can I try and make a motion? Since I never have here. Okay, I'll make a motion on item number 5, resolution 009-2022. Wait.
Yeah, that's good.
That's right. And 0.
We'll stop you when you're wrong.
And 010-2022 planning commission alternates. And I recommend that we appoint Shelley Naser and Robert Washburn as planning and commission member alternates.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Good job.
Perfection.
More often.
Okay, item number 6 is resolution 011-2022, certified tax rate. We'll consider for adoption a resolution establishing the certified tax rate. Ryan?
So there is a very fun calculation for those that would like
Only
to.
fun for you.
And Janelle.
This is we might have fun sitting down going through this sometimes, you know. But anybody would like to go through the calculation, the state has a spreadsheet to go through it. It is required that each county make the calculation for certified tax rate. So the certified tax rate is a rate in which the county provides to the city. It is based on the assessed valuations and the budgeted revenue from property tax, and it becomes the plug. And then you have a certified tax rate, and that rate should return the same. If you adopt the certified tax rate, it will return the same property tax income as previously collected. So it won't collect any more, even if the valuations, which we're seeing, the thing is, we're seeing huge valuation increases in people's property. And as that property increases, if you hold the rate steady, then that taxes more of that value, because the same rate times by a higher value gives you more tax revenue. The certified tax rate is intended to not give you a tax increase, but to hold your revenue flat. And so as the city grows, holding the revenue flat is helpful, as long as you could afford to do that. Most cities will hold their rate, and so they get some of that growth in valuation growth, that not new growth, which is a different part of the calculation. But this is simply to adopt the certified tax rate, and says that we are not looking to adopt a tax increase just to maintain current flow, which as you would expect, if you maintain the same amount and inflation happens, you actually have a tax decrease because of the value. Anyway, we can get into all kinds of different calculations, but ultimately, certified tax rate is a fun calculation, but that's what we're doing. Any questions on it? I could talk. Yes, I could talk on the certified tax rate for 4 hours, so I'm happy to.
Please don't. You got 3 minutes.
No.
Okay, so we're asking to adopt the certified tax rate. So I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the certified tax rate, which is resolution. I gotta go back. Resolution 2022.
Okay, so I have a motion.
Second.
Second by Carrie. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We're moving right along. Okay, so this is the next item, 7, is the final budget for 2023. We have this on our, what do we call it?
Public hearing.
The public hearing. Not even that late. So we discussed it. So this is when we vote on it. I think we won't go through anything else on that, so I will take a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 7, resolution 007, 2022, the final budgets for fiscal year 2023.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Is this the part where we discuss amendments and changes?
No.
I'm just curious about the whole pay increase thing, what your thoughts are about pay increase.
So I'm fine to forego the 5% pay increase. We did discuss this quite a bit as a past council, and we did do market analysis of cities of similar type and size across the state. It wasn't specific to the valley, to the point that Annette Drew has made and brought before the council. But one of the ideas that I had is that I'm fine to forego the 5% increase with the council, but I would consider maybe increasing the payment to the planning commission for their meetings. I think they get $40 a meeting, and I think that's something. Is that correct? Or is it more than
I
that?
think it's 48 to 50. So,
Is it $50?
and I think the chair gets a little bit more. 75.
Really? So maybe considering something like that. I did have some other adjustments that I
was also wondering if we can scratch the mouth of Providence Canyon, since there's no budget for it within the next 10 years, we can scratch that just off the list. So it's not part of the budget, I guess. I think that's what Laura was referring to,
So Laura's concerned about that,
the widening of that road.
but I
in the
walk
budget.
there on at least a weekly basis. And where the bicycle path begins, I feel infinitely safer.
You mean just past the parking spot right there?
So no, not in Providence
Okay.
Canyon. So we're talking about Canyon Road. So there's a section from the end of Providence Canyon to Grandview that does not have a walking or bike path. I walk there at least once a week. I've never not passed another person walking or riding bikes on that road. That wouldn't be benefited with safety by having a bike or walking path. And if we could get grant money to pay for that maintenance and widening, I think it would benefit hundreds of people.
So if on the widening, and I feel like I've had this conversation before, but the grant money that was applied for, there's a huge expense on roadway, making that turn from Canyon Road onto First East. Because of the slopes, there would have to be a lot of retention to add in a walking path there. With the schools, they actually pay to bus kids around that corner that are within walking distance of the school because there's not an adequate walking path there. And so I think that's what a lot of the grant money would have accomplished, was fixing that curve, that turn from First East up Canyon Road, not necessarily making, a highway to the mouth of the canyon.
So it's more for just
For the
a shoulder or a sidewalk?
Yeah, a walk.
A safe path.
But I mean, I do not to dismiss Ms. Fisher's comments, as far as wider streets bring more traffic. And I don't disagree with that, but I do think that there is safety that comes into play when you have an adequately wide road to put in the walking path, to put in a sidewalk on those curves.
If you have ever walked on that road,
I ride my bike up it.
and it's not safe.
Grandview, I
I mean, I
mean,
go up the road.
Canyon Road up to the
the
canyon.
yeah.
First East.
Yeah, but it's not going to be Providence paying for, the reason to leave it in is so that it could be, so that grants could be applied for and that we could receive county or state money. It has to be planned.
In the
That's
budget,
right.
even if there's no money.
Yeah, so we're not
Listed
going
there.
to use Providence tax to pay for it or to accelerate it. But especially that turn on Canyon Road, I just think that we should leave it in case there's an opportunity. And
If it is not on the plan, we can't ever get the money. And
exactly.
so it needs to be on the plan.
All right.
So I know you have a comment, Laura, but normally when we're discussing, we don't open to comments.
Communication, can we hear what she has to say? Since we're
If
pro
it's something
communication,
new, maybe.
we like communication.
Come to the microphone.
New in response to what you're talking about right now. I believe you're talking about the horrible walking experience up that Dugway. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the subject of widening Canyon Road from Grandview to the Pence. Those
I
are
also think that should be widened
two- I believe that
because
you
I
do.
walk
And
there.
I believe that they're two separate topics, and I see no reason why the Dugway shouldn't be improved. And my concern is only about my residential street, much further up.
Okay. Any further comments?
No, I was just
So do you
curious
think
about that.
striking that is beneficial or problematic since it's in grant funding?
I don't think there's a problem with it.
It's not on the list. We don't.
Right.
We
If
can't
you
even
leave-
write
if you
for it,
leave it
right?
in, and I'm sure we'll have a future discussion.
Well, it's not like it's in there and it's a done deal.
And it's not like it's funded.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no budget. for
It could be
until
10 more
it's
years. It could be 20 more years.
When I'm not here.
We'll all be long gone.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second.
Were there any other thoughts on the pay increase? Or do you make a different motion?
I think
We amend
we
the
amend the
motion.
motion. I think. I had one other. On one of the parks and trails suggestions, it has the improvement of the paths at Calicorral Park with the improvement of the court. I just thought they should be in the same budget year, but that's not even this coming year. It's on the budget summary, but it's for 2025, I think. 2025 and 2024, they're kind of split. So I don't know if that is something that we would amend on this budget, because it's in the budget report, if the expense is not in the 2023 year. I mean, how would you prefer that?
You can, but it will vary as we look to propose the next year's budget of what we think we can accomplish. We'll pull forward or move back. Those future years are for planning purposes, not necessarily for the adoption of.
It's not on the expenditures for this next coming.
Yeah,
And we're
right.
only adopting the 2020.
2023. 2023 is the adopted budget. The others are for planning and help to help show a transparency to the public so that they can see that there are things coming, that they can give input, that they can be heard and discussed as you look out in the future years of where we think we're headed and going. And if we think that should be adjusted, we certainly can do that. And that can be done. So.
And just for my own clarification, and this is I communicated with Ryan in the last 30 days. I got one comment from a resident about a placement of a roadside pathway. But that's covered in the CMAQ grant. Is that right? The bike lane?
Tell me where you were at and the 300 south.
What are you talking about?
Are you talking, I think you're talking 300
Talking the
south.
bike lane up Center Street to kind of make a.
Oh,
switch.
yes, an adjustment of route. Yes, and we, so there was a discussion of a potential change instead of going straight up the hill to being able to make an alternate path, and because that's part of planning on the CMAQ grant that we received, we've passed that on to the design, and so that we can look at that in the design and help that way, and then we'll have
The
public
design is
feedback.
in this 2022 budget.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Well, I guess you made the
Yeah,
motion, so do you want to
I
amend
took a
it, or what
note.
do you think?
Do we want to change the pay for planning commission, raise it by $10 a meeting? Okay.
Okay, so you need to amend your
Okay.
motion.
So I'll amend my motion to approve item number 7, resolution 007, 2022.
I don't get those very often.
The final budgets for the fiscal year 2023, as is with 2 exceptions. No 5% pay increase for the council and mayor, and a planning commission pay raise of $10 per meeting per commission member.
Okay,
Second
so
that.
we have a motion on the table. We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
I
Do you
was-
have something?
Well, I'm going to make a point of clarification and make sure that this is inside of your motion. The plug figure, because it is required by state law to have a balanced budget, so the general fund must come to 0 at the end. So if you reduce more on one and increase less on another, you don't have a balance. So the number has to be 0 at the end. So if it, without calculating that out and knowing the number of meetings, I would just make a point of clarification that any plug, any plug to make that balance to 0 will be put to the transfer to capital projects fund.
Yes, that's
So-
implied.
That should be implied, but I think it should be clarified to make sure that you understand that number will be changed accordingly because the state law requires a balanced budget.
To my motion, that's implied.
Okay. Let's move to item number 8, resolution 08-2022. 008. Did I say that? Fiscal year 2022 budget adjustments. So this is voting on what was in the public comment, public hearing. So I will entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that on item 8, resolution 008-2022, adjustments to the 2022 budgets be approved.
Okay, we have a
Second
motion.
that.
We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. We're moving right along.
I think that's awesome that every other area was in the budget. So
Amazing.
I feel like that needs
That was great.
extra recognition. I know the staff really
Even
works
with
hard to-
inflation.
I know,
Well, and I would like to
they
make
do a great job.
a comment to a great city manager who
Yes.
sits down and puts hours and hours into studying and doing things. And I've sat in council meetings and been on the council when there's been no city manager. And I've sat on the council when there is a city manager. And it is so much appreciated to have a city manager looking after the city. And I want to thank you, Ryan, and all the rest of you staff for your input and all your hard work, because I really believe you're well worth the pay that you receive for this city. This city has made more progress, moved forward better, and is a better city because we have a city manager.
Amen.
And you saved us money.
That's a fantastic job.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other further discussion?
Great. We just voted.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on number 9.
Never mind, we're on number 9.
Number 9.
And it's not even late, it's only 10 after 8. Okay. Okay, resolution, item number 9, resolution 006-2022, municipal boundary line adjustment. This is an item that is similar to the item that, in fact, it's the same one that came to us before. Millville has met and said they're willing to let this piece of property go, which is 03-036-0011 and 03-036-008. This vote tonight would be to say we will consider this boundary line adjustment. We need to vote on this in order for us to be able to do our homework and to do further work on it. This is not an implication that this will be a yes when it comes up for vote. This is, yes, you can do the homework on it and find out what the costs and issues are for the city. So, Scarlett, you have anything you want to say on this?
I just want to clarify that it's your intent by passing this resolution, it is your intent that you'll move forward with it. But if, as the mayor said, you haven't, this is not the final vote. You will be able to consider it over the next little bit and then come to a decision if you want to actually accept it. But you are saying, isn't that the way the resolution is written, Ty? Is it's their intent?
Yeah, he intends to adjust the boundary line.
Yes.
Of that entire parcel.
Yes. And then I think you saw Millville put some stipulations on their intent. And so those will be things that you'll have to consider over the next few weeks too, before you make your final decision.
Thank you, Scarlett. You guys, okay, let's do that after we have a motion. Would Denise, would you like to say anything, either one of you?
Why not? My understanding is the same as Scarlett's. Oh, my name is Hal Christensen. I'm with Terex Engineering and Construction. I'm the engineer on the proposed development on that property. Yeah, I was under the impression that the resolution indicated that you're willing to move forward with or changing the boundary. And
We will move forward, but we've got to do our homework first.
right. So at what point will we have an opportunity to address any issues you may have that may impede on the adjustment of the boundary?
Scarlett, do you want to speak to that?
They have to have a public hearing before they actually. So the council has to hold a public hearing before they can actually adjust the boundary, should they choose to do so. And then after they get more input through that, you'll get opportunity to present at that public hearing, I would assume. just like you normally do. The public gets their opportunity, the developer gets their opportunity. Between now and the time we schedule the public hearing, the staff will have been able to do their homework on it and do follow up with you in the interim if we're missing things. You'll have the opportunity to work with staff on that. And then once you hold the public hearing, then the council can decide if they feel comfortable adjusting the boundary or if they need to take more into consideration, but it will move. That's how it will move forward. So.
Okay, will we have an opportunity to make some kind of a presentation at that public hearing?
You have an opportunity to talk.
Okay, thank you.
This is just a resolution to say we're gonna think about it and do our homework. That's
Correct.
it.
That's
It's
correct.
an intent.
Yeah.
It's an intent.
Right.
Don't
That word
don't miss
intent
that.
is it's a
It's an
legal thing.
intent. It's
Right?
an intent to consider, yes.
And if we decided not to do it,
You-
we're going against our intent.
Yeah.
So it
So
would be a flip flop, I guess, is how the developer would
we
see it.
intend to, but after our research and this and that.
We need more information.
Yeah, I just have one line here if you want to hear it from Millville.
Sure.
It's just short.
I do.
One sentence
Okay, well,
on this,
I also have
just one
some
sentence.
information as well.
He just said, not dealing with the development, probably meaning the person developing it, not having to deal with the development and controlling the traffic that flows through their city and getting additional sewer connections is a dream scenario to most of my city council, if not all of them. So they like the idea with those. You know, they'd love to have some sewer from this development, not have any traffic flow because they'll just stop, they'll cut off the road there. And everything will have to go through Providence.
So can you reread that again? You said they do want the sewer connections or they don't?
They
Because that was one
would.
of their stipulations that they
They didn't. or
put
they
in
did?
there. Well, I thought you said
They-
that they
they do.
don't want to have to deal with the development. What did it?
They want-
They
reread
don't,
it.
they don't want
Read
to
it
have,
again.
they don't want to have to deal with the developer, like we're dealing with the developer here.
They don't want
But
to
they
do the
want the
site
sewer
planning,
revenue.
and
Site
subdividing
planning,
and all of those
subdividing,
things. They
looking
just
at
want
the
the benefit of
plans.
the sewer.
But they do
So-
want the sewer revenue.
They would like to take some gravity sewer as much as they can get. Make sure no traffic goes down through Millville, that it's all directed out. The road would be cut off so that traffic won't flow through Millville.
That will be all part of our homework that we're
Right.
doing.
Can I ask-
I was just gonna say, those were the three things.
That would be the best of all the worlds for them.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that now so that you can ponder that in your head for a month or two.
So I had a question about impact fees on the sewer. We passed a sewer impact fee in Providence City that was set forth by Logan City because they service our sewer. It applies to the entire city, is that correct?
That is correct.
So even if we came up with an interlocal agreement with Millville, and then they would again put on their impact fee, is there any way for us to not charge building in that area to impact fees? If we did an interlocal agreement with Millville in that way?
There is potential, but it becomes as Scarlett talks about a tricky wicket. I think that's the right terminology here. I haven't been able to find the right time to use that, but now I'm going to be able to use it. So that's a tricky wicket. I would say that for us to consider sending sewer down and splitting our sewer is we're already confusing and having problems. If you can imagine the problems we have with Logan, to do it to two different entities and to divide and to have meters and the cost involved, it becomes a bit of a nightmare. Is it possible? Certainly, there's lots of things that are possible. It doesn't make it recommended, but certainly there are things that are possible. At present, we would have to go back and take an amendment to our code amending our code for specifying the legal boundaries of what would be included in the impact fee to Logan, which we would then probably have to amend every time we had a change in boundary. We'd have to have a boundary or an impact fee analysis done that would be specifically for the piece that would be for Millville. Have to have an impact fee analysis done specifically for that. And then our planning, we would have to probably have 2 different master plans because the flow would go different directions. And our collection system is all encompassed in one master plan at current. And we don't have a plan that would foresee a second alternative to that.
Put in the sewer to connect it to the Millville line, right? Because it would be in the Providence.
I mean, at that point, it would.
If it was,
There are
if it
lots
was
of those.
flowed to.
If it's
if
flowed to,
gravity flowed to Millville, that's how it would.
unless they're willing to maintain and take and maintain a lift station, and with gravity fed to that lift station and they own and operate it. But then, like we do with Logan, we flow to their lift station, but then with our agreements, we then maintain the cost of that repair and replacement, and which is somewhat common.
What's the operating maintenance on the lift station?
We have,
Because that would be our continued cost that we would shoulder past the impact fee, right?
it would, because the impact fee can't cover O&M. At this point, I don't know that Logan has it separated out for us, so it's in our rate, but there would be different rates for different residents. It creates a lot more complication than it's made to seem. I want to make sure that you understand there's a lot of complication that would go into that.
Is Millville going to go to Hiram or are they going to go to Logan?
Millville is going to Hiram.
Therein becomes another problem because you're setting up 2 different directions.
Correct.
You're going to have Hiram's fees. For
Correct.
those group of residents plus Millville's fee, and then we're,
Correct.
yeah, it's a big issue.
Well, that's why we're gonna do homework.
That's why I brought it up. You can start thinking about it now.
But this is, at this point, back to the point, is this the intent to consider? So.
Can I make it, maybe what we ought to consider, rather than taking that area, which would gravity flow to Millville, maybe what we ought to, and since they want to close the road anyway, why don't we take that which, look at that, not take it, why don't we look at that which can gravity flow to Providence? And let them take that portion which gravity flows to their community. That way, it's a cleaner separation. Well, it's clean, sewer's not too clean, but it's
Sewer's not clean.
That's why we're gonna do homework.
So, yes,
That's why
that's what we're gonna do.
do.
Well, so my question
I
is
wanted
this,
to know.
is this enough homework and raise of concern? Is it worth us spending the staff's time on it? If we already have red flags on the property?
I would
They pay
note,
for their time, and they do all have a whole long list of stuff we ask them to do.
I would note that in the last council, the council voted that they would only consider all or none. That was the last motion that you passed to this body.
Remember how I didn't want all or none?
I'm only indicating that was, and what is being brought back. Now you can, as this proceeds on, you can indicate what you would want or not want, or when you final make the resolution at a future date, that adjustment, when the research has been done, you could then alter how much or how little you want. But that can be done at a future point. But we're not prepared with all of everything. This is, again, just the intent of whether we want to consider anything farther.
I think the one thing about saying all or none was the fact that we wanted to have a road access down to Millville, down to that road, so we had access for emergency vehicle and traffic. We didn't get that because we're putting it down on 4th East and it's all coming back into Providence. Millville is shutting that road down. So there was some unknowns there as we made that condition of all or none. So I think we have to take that into consideration again as to whether we were able to get what we were looking for or not. So I think we ought to really kind of take a look at that which would gravity flow to Providence in the sewer and not try and take property that is going to go send their sewage to another community for processing. I just don't think that's a good idea at all. I think we ought to make a change now.
I have a question for Scarlett. In a boundary line adjustment, so we received a letter from Corey Tweed. Are you Corey in that?
No, I am
A member of Millville City Council. That the conditions in which they would consider a boundary line adjustment. So when a boundary line adjustment is made, how exactly does that work between the two entities? Do you meet all the conditions for that to actually happen? Do you meet all the conditions on one side and the other side to actually move a boundary? Does that make sense?
It does, but I've got to tell you, we've done a couple of different boundary line adjustments and we've not ever had the other city put conditions on us like this. Well, nor have we put it on the other city. We accepted the responsibility for what we were taking or what we were giving. And the other city accepted the responsibility for what they were giving or taking. So this is new territory for us a little bit, or for me at least, to have a boundary line adjustment with those conditions. So it's something to consider, but we're kind of at the same point where we were last time. Until you approve something that says your intent is to move forward, then we don't move forward to get the numbers as to what a lift station would cost to run, or what would be problematic with having portion of our home serviced through another entity's sewer system, that type of thing. So we can't really give you any answers until you give us your intent. I mean, that's kind of where we're at. Don't you think that's fair, Ryan?
Part of it? Or does it have to be all of it in the motion?
Well, Millville might want to change their intent, because their intent was that you would take all of it with their conditions. So I don't know what would happen there.
Just the road closing was a condition I didn't know about until recently.
And that's a big one, even for emergency services and anything like that, to have the road blocked and shut down. It just, yeah, I mean, how many people pass along to our Second West going to Logan from Millville? I mean, you look at the communities, they interact with each other. To me, that's not
I don't think it's
reasonable.
best practice.
It's not reasonable to have a road shut down.
Mr. Grange, would you like to come up? I think we have some questions for you.
First of all, I'm Daniel Grange. I'm a council member from Millville, but I'm not here to represent the city of Millville. I'm here representing myself. Okay. First of all, I just want to address a couple things, especially with the road closure. Has anybody taken the time to travel our 550?
Yes,
Yes.
I do.
And can you turn
I
around?
walk on there.
Can you turn a vehicle around on it?
Like, do a U-turn on
Yeah,
it?
do a U-turn on it?
Depends on whose driveway you
Turned
want to pull
around on
into.
it.
It depends on whose driveway you want to pull into, right?
We came on 4th, that's hard for us too, and probably.
Well, and okay, you can't pass two cars on our 550 without one pulling off into the borrow pit. That's our biggest concern. Our Third South's the same way. So if we allow this development above Millville, you funnel all that traffic down roads that's barely a single lane road. That's our concern. Unless you want to give us the impact fees to upgrade the road. But, no, excuse me, which I don't think that's going to happen. So our roads are right there are not adequate to handle the impact that you're going to give us. Because Providence City is going to do the development or potentially do the development, but who bears the impact of the roads, not Providence. Millville.
Well, and it's currently zoned single family
Right.
in Millville.
Well, it's currently agricultural, but
Oh, it's not single family?
not currently.
The houses around there are.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's right next to the residential zone, yes.
Okay. So if it was left in Millville, what would you do then?
It would probably be rezoned residential.
And you would open the road?
His point is that they will get the impact fees, which
Then
allow
we
them
could
to
develop
change
the road because we have the impact fee money to develop the road.
Okay.
Makes sense.
I would just
Mhm.
want neighborhoods to be connected. It just
Well,
makes
and
sense to
I
me
agree.
for ingress and egress, and I realize that we are kind of landlocked by other cities in a different way than others are.
Right.
But just for safety, for residents in general, not just because there are residents, but because we're humans and we're people, right? Like, people should have a safe way to get off that mountainside.
I don't disagree,
And so
Even
that,
the people in Melville need that road.
but the people in Millville will still continue to have the road.
Not if it's closed. They can't come into Providence.
I, how much traffic from Millville goes into Providence on that road?
I think it's just
I think it's probably
friends
more
and
than you
neighbors
think.
and families that take their kids to and from each other's homes and
And you're probably right,
and visit that way
and you're
and
probably right.
interact as community
But,
members.
but one of the comments that I wanted to make is, and I know, and I hope I can do this see if I get my thoughts conveyed, is, Councilmember Paulson came to our city council meeting and basically kind of trashed us a little bit for not being good neighbors. And I want to rebuttal that a little bit because most communities develop funneling their traffic, their impact through their own community, typically, correct? But Providence has continued to develop that hillside where's their outlets through Millville, which I agree cities should interconnect, right? But our roads aren't adequate enough to handle the impact they're giving us, is my point. I mean, you continue to develop across that hillside, which is fine, which is great. But then develop roads that can handle that impact, is my point. And I think if you develop this, our best case scenario is to close the road for the safety of our citizens. That's my opinion.
Got it.
I appreciate you being here.
Don't,
Yes,
you
thank
don't, you can stay there. I just want to make it known that they will have to build to a profile that on the east side of the road. I don't know what you required. What's that called? Mountain Ridge? The little development right there that Josh Barnett did. I don't know. But anyway, you would have,
I don't know the development.
they would have required a profile, or maybe they didn't, I don't know. We would have required a profile where that developer put in, if there was nothing being developed on the other side, that developer would have put in at least 24 feet of asphalt, curb, gutter, park strip, sidewalk. That's what we will do with this developer too. I mean, they'll have to develop their frontage along that. We won't just say, yeah, you can connect, but no road improvement. Now, further to the south, then their property goes down there where it hits 550, 550, down there where it hits 550, or where it doesn't hit 550, it's way above it, but it doesn't actually connect to it. Then that, we wouldn't have them go do that, but we will have them widen the width where they're, if it's in Providence, we will have them widen the width to meet our standard street profile, or at least their portion, their partial portion.
Ryan, can you show a picture of that?
Yeah, let me Let me show you just a couple of things. One, the subdivision that we're talking about, I believe, is this Millville Canyon Ridge. Is that the one you're talking about?
Right.
And so as this road on 400 East, it would be widened and built to Providence City standard. So it would have to be widened through that section. Now, if it's narrower and we're talking about narrower down below, that wouldn't be included. And there is several spots that are narrow, getting all the way down to 300 South. So there are several narrow spots.
It's very skinny from here all the way to up in.
Right.
It's a single lane at best.
So it widens when you get here between Center and First South, because the subdivision had to do that. And between that development and Hillsborough, that would have to be widened to the same kind of standard. So I would point out, and this may be something you need to look at with the county, although their county records are not always accurate, and I understand that. They are reflecting the zoning, and that's why I think it's come up. They are reflecting it as zoned residential and not agriculture. If that's wrong, you may want to update with the county. I
could be misspoken.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to let you know that might be the misunderstanding. If it isn't yet, then the county may have done something. So.
And I would be my intention to rezone it R1 if the development was.
Anyway, I just.
Right. Is it already? So, yeah.
It's already zoned,
Anyway,
residential.
I didn't mean to correct, only that to let you know that the county
No,
has that as a
and
record.
I didn't check the map.
That's fine. So anyway, I just want to be helpful.
I think what Daniel has said here makes good sense. The traffic, it narrows down there, emergency vehicles, the traffic will increase. I think it makes good sense. But that substantiates my argument for the fact that we should not give consideration to take it into Providence. Not only is there a sewer issue, it's a road issue. It substantiates the fact that we take only the portion that we can service, road-wise, sewer-wise, and that sort of thing, into Providence. That substantiates my feelings about this tract of ground.
Is there any other questions for me? And again, I want to reiterate, I don't represent the council's opinion as a whole. It's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. I've lost track. Do we have a motion?
We don't have a motion.
Person wants to comment, the developer.
I do.
Hal?
Yeah, we need to get back to square one, maybe. The whole purpose of the rezone was to get the sanitary sewer service for our development. And the reason why we pursued this to start with is because Melville could not give us a will serve letter or guarantee that we would have sanitary sewer service. Now, they say they want it. I didn't know they said that. It's all news to me. So the parameters have changed a little bit. If Melville now wants to provide sanitary sewer service to our development, roughly about half of our development will have to gravity towards Melville, or we'll have to pump it back to Providence, one or the other. We're prepared to do either.
So do you want to put this vote off?
But we need to move along. We can't, and we need to close on the property by December.
Is water part of the sanitary sewer system? That's probably a dumb question, but I think it was water that was the issue with Millville. They don't have the water to support the development there.
I
They
It's my
started with
understanding
water,
they did.
not sewer, it was water.
They've upgraded their drinking water system quite a bit, but
Let's see here.
that was
We did
kind of a
not
moot
have-
point because you couldn't get sanitary sewers. So. If I
Okay,
want to
well,
put
yeah,
out,
if they have water now and sewer, then
Daniel, is water the issue?
that's the last I heard in the meeting.
Okay,
Water is,
it is an issue?
we did not have the water infrastructure that far east and we have had to build a new storage tank.
Yeah.
So they have the water, but not the pressure to.
or having to build a tank on the hillside. Yep, pretty much. Okay, so now what, Batman? I would hope that.
This would only put you off a month if you've got it
Okay, I'm
closed by
just saying, I
December.
would hope that you'd go ahead with the rest, to vote for the resolution, because that buys you time to address all the issues. Now we have a new issue, so we can address that along with the other issues. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Which I'm fine to do the homework to address the issue to see what makes sense to come in, just like Councilmember Smith talked
Yeah.
about. But I just don't, my issue, and I've expressed this to, I think it's Jeremy Jensen selling you the property.
Yep.
But I've expressed this to Jeremy Jensen, that I don't want him to feel like this is green lights all the way by allowing the staff to explore the issues.
Well,
So that's when the resolution says the intent is that we're green lights all the way. That is not my intent. My intent is to do more homework. And I just want that to be clear.
yeah, well,
So,
there is no green lights all the way, or the sanitary sewer was a big stoplight, and we're trying to address that by annexing into Providence.
okay.
And I think it's wise to continue to work with Millville, because I think the biggest, or one of the concerns for us is the connectivity. And if Millville needs the funds in order to allow for connectivity, I think that's important. But I also feel like we have our word on that. You get out of the lawsuit, you come back, like, I feel like we have our word that we would do our homework, that we would take a look at annexing this. And so I feel like we should honor taking a serious look at it.
Yeah, if we can go ahead with the change in the boundary and annex it and get sanitary sewer source for Providence City, the lawsuit's a moot point.
Well, I think we're spending a lot of money to do something that is really hard to do. It's been reiterated, we're talking about a sewer going to Hiram. The sewer is not in yet in Millville. And so what are we gonna do? Put in a lift station, pump it back to Providence, then we're gonna turn around and give impact fees to Millville so they can send it to Hiram later
But we don't
on.
know all of that until we do,
Oh, well,
until we do the homework.
it's not too.
Millville will do some homework.
It's not unreasonable to think that way because of the location. I mean, you have to consider that. And see, I think we're gonna put a lot of money into staff and personnel figuring this thing out that's unnecessary. I really honestly do.
But we don't know that.
Oh, yeah, we do. We know they're gonna have to study it and put a lot of time. We talk about budget expense. Where's that gonna come from? To study this? Where are you gonna pay your staff to do that?
Two things. The wastewater plant and Hiram, I know for facts, got the capacity to sewer half that subdivision. So that's not an issue. The other thing is, more than happy to give you all the numbers you want. In fact, I'm gonna do that next week from tonight. More than happy to work with your engineer and do most of the heavy lifting on the numbers. So, one other thing before I sit down. That road right here. That fronts are part of our development. I think we'd be more than happy to widen it But we're not inclined to widen somebody else's road in front of their subdivision.
That's fair.
Right. No, we would expect
We understand that.
that your property would be widened,
Yeah.
but it's the other end of the road, the connectivity. Because that was in the boundary line adjustment information that we received from the Millville City Recorder, is that they would expect us to put a stipulation on you to put a cul-de-sac at the beginning of Millville and design your development in such a way that all of the traffic funneled onto 400 East.
Our design right now, our conceptual shows Jersey, we got a road that goes like that, connects 550 east right here.
400 East in
400
Providence,
east.
yeah.
And we're going to put in Jersey barriers right here to block it for the requirements of Belleville. Also putting the cul-de-sac in here. So somebody comes down here and sees the barricades, they go, oh, hell, I need to go back and turn around and go back.
Why can't they just go up into your development? We wouldn't want a cul-de-sac at the bottom of that hill.
They go, we have a road that goes, snakes like this and goes into the development.
Right.
So they got the option of going into the development, if they want to turn around and go back, because they thought they could go all the way into Melville. You got the cul-de-sac here, just turn around and go back.
A cul-de-sac or a roundabout?
You don't want,
So all the homes on 400 East would have the backs that are home to 400 East.
say that again?
Okay, all the homes that would be along 400 East on the east side would have their backs to 400 East. There'd be, other than that one road at the top of the hill, there'd be no other access onto 400.
All the homes in our subdivision will have their backyard face 400 east.
So there'd be no need for you to widen that road. There's no access to it.
No, they have access onto
Well,
400 East.
we're trying to be a good neighbor.
Well, no, he said all the backs would be on the 400 East. Except they're gonna put that Jersey barrier, that cul-de-sac right at the top of the hill where Hillsborough takes off.
So there's homes all along here, we sneak over here, their backyards would be at 400 east.
So how would we plow that? How would we plow that, Rob? If they put a Jersey barrier at the top there where he drew on there, but yet we're still requiring them to widen and curb and gutter everything until the Millville boundary. You'd have to drive around in Millville to clear a block of snow. Is that right?
We're actually kind of getting into some of the design and some of the other questions that really are better left. I mean, I know these I need answers, but I don't want anybody to get the idea that if you decide that maybe he can do something different, and then we sit down with the code, he can't do that. It's probably better to just let us finish the homework and move that direction. Because we need to look at how we need to look and make sure that his plan fits with our code. It might be a great idea, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it fits with what the city requirements are. So we need to look at that.
One more thing. As an option, we could widen this road, move the Jersey barriers from there to here, put the turnaround right there. If down the road, if you ever widen the roads in Melville, take Jersey barriers out here in business.
Well, those are all the things that we would study, that we would do. You also have homework to do with Melville. Perhaps this is a moot point because.
We need to go back and talk to the fine folks in Melville.
That's right.
Yeah, if they can service you, I think it would be our preference to have them service you.
Makes no difference. It all flows downhill.
Right.
Except
Well, and that's what they're worried about, is that the traffic will flow down through Millville and we don't necessarily want it to cut back, you know, and have that. We need connectivity for it to be a good long-term.
Well, we want to be good
development.
neighbors.
Yeah.
Too.
So, but I would make a motion.
Let me read this letter that I
Oh, yes,
got
please.
from Lisa Leishman. Hal, you can go ahead and sit down. I just need to read this. Do we have any other comments other than this one?
Not that I've come across, no.
Okay, and she's titled it Thoughts, Concerns on the Annexation Boundary Adjustment of Eagles Nest Landing, Little Bear Hollow, land owned by Silco. Just a few thoughts on the development of Little Bear Hollow development owned by Silco. Number one is sewer. This land is downhill from the rest of Providence sewer center system. Will there be an adequate sewage pump system to handle any proposed development along with the proper ongoing funds to maintain and operate these systems on a long term? Number two, stormwater retention, detention, both during construction and post-construction. I live in Millville Canyon Ridge development directly south of the property. If annexed and city property line adjustment and this land developed, I assume this is in city development codes that would want to make sure that during construction, there is proper sediment control, stormwater draining to prevent water/dirt, etc., from flowing into the backyards of Millville Canyon Ridge development. Number three, we've heard that there might be plans for a high density zone for this planned development. If so, why? It will take away from the value of so many homes in our area. It should only be residential single family homes. Number four, we want to make sure that there is an access road or street placed behind our homes, that there's adequate space for a sidewalk and grassy area and fence so our backyard isn't ruined. Thank you for your time, Lisa Leishman. So these are not things that we're going to answer tonight, but because we received the comment, that's why I'm reading it into the notes, into the minutes. So I will entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for resolution 006-2022 that we give consideration to this to study only that area that can be gravity sewered into Providence and not consider the entire parcel or the entire resolution at this time.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Determine what that is.
So my only issue with that is that we need to look at the topography of the entire parcel to determine what that piece is.
They have engineers. He is an engineer. They can determine that.
It doesn't save us anything to do that, to separate it.
I just don't want it to be a long intent.
But based on the homework that we do, that's when we will make those changes. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we approve item number 9, the resolution 006-2022 municipal boundary line adjustment to look at, do further homework in the boundary between Providence City and Millville.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay for me. I'm on Zoom.
Wait, Josh is on. I'm just wanting to make sure that he can be heard.
Yeah,
Josh?
I'm a nay. Yeah, I'm a nay. I'm a nay.
Make sure on my end.
Yeah, I'm a nay.
Type his vote into the chat.
You sure could.
I'm a nay. Can you hear me? I'm driving. I don't want to be chatting.
All right, I think we could hear that. Josh, why don't you say it one more time?
Yeah.
Make sure.
Yes, I'm a nay.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm a nay. Nay.
Okay, so we have 2 aye votes and 3 nay. So the motion, so it fails. Okay. Let's move on to item number 10, which is the Providence City Water Master Plan. Ryan, do you want to introduce this?
Sure. We have had for quite a while the effort of our engineer on working on a water master plan. And he's here with us to be able to give a brief overview of our plan. What we're proposing at this point is a brief overview. This document or a similar document was sent out a couple weeks ago for pre-review. And then he'll go over it, and then you'll have additional time to review and comment. And then we're hoping to bring those comments and incorporate them and then bring back a final draft to the July meeting. So we're not looking for any kind of motion. This would be a study item. Questions, if you have them in part of your review, can be brought up. So anyway, that's where we're at. And so.
You want to come up and
All right. So my name is Stephen Wood. I'm with Sunrise Engineering. I've been working on your culinary water master plan these past few months, and as Ryan's indicated, we've been working on it for some time. And I appreciate your willingness to work with us on it. I would have had it done sooner. I had a couple of family emergencies that took me out of the state for about a month. So I appreciate you, Ryan and Rob, working with me on that. But to start off, the draft document was sent out to Ryan and the City Council. I know it's been looked at by a couple of you. Feel free to continue looking at that. As Ryan indicated, there's still room to make adjustments, to add in your ideas or comments. So just so I'm aware, the July meeting is on what date by chance, Ryan?
That's correct, 20th.
When would you like that document back to you in a final format for adoption on that date?
At least by the 12th or 13th.
12th or 13th. If I could have a week to make sure I get all my comments addressed. So my only request on that would be to have all of the city's comments into me potentially by July 6th, July 5th, if that is appropriate, just so I have a little bit of time to incorporate those in. I can get that to you for that deadline. But so in essence, we've been studying your water system and its various parts. I provided it's about a 19-page document there. It's just a snippet from the master plan itself. So I've included the executive summary and the conclusions, if you will, and some key tables and exhibits. But my first question to the council is, how much time would you like me to take tonight? Because I could talk about this for hours and you probably don't want that.
5 minutes.
5-minute overview, perfect, okay. Generally, so first thing we looked at is your population growth in terms of how many connections you currently have, what's your current population, and the growth projections into the future based on your current zoning. So on the second page, you can see there's a table of your census population. Back when we did the sewer master plan, the 2020 census data was not available. It is now publicly available, and so we're able to incorporate that. And so these are updated population numbers according to the national census of 2020. We did maintain that current projection rate of the 2.48% in line with previous master plans. But the big thing that we'd like to point out is the population isn't so much important as the number of connections and their impact to the system. So the third page, table 2.4 there, just so you know how you compare with the average within the state of Utah. You can see there on the first line item, it says residential connections. There's 2,257 residential connections within the city, and they have an indoor average of about 209 gallons per day with an outdoor average of 1,095 gallons per day. This is important to note because this kind of sets your baseline as your one is the most type of connection you have. But also I'd like to call out that difference between indoor use and outdoor use. It's almost of magnitude of 5, if not more. That's your irrigation. That's your culinary water being spent on grasses, gardens, that and like thereof, and other summer activities that could be taken care of with other water sources. But just for comparison, if you look down that area, the text below it, the Utah average is 400 gallons per day on the indoor usage. So in terms of indoor usage, Providence actually does a great job of conserving water on indoor appliances with water efficiency appliances. But on the outdoor usage, and this is based on a 1/4 acre of irrigated ground, the state average is about 1,008 gallons. So you're pretty right in line with that. Average within Providence is a 1/4 acre of irrigated ground. So just so you're aware of your comparison in terms of the state average. But the next table, if you will, this compares that base, like I said, that 209, that base value of the residential single connection. This is us comparing all your other types of connections against that most predominant residential connection. This is what we call the ERU, or equivalent residential unit. Very similar methodology to the sewer master plan that we discussed. Basically looking at your other types of connections and seeing if they were residential units, how many residential units would they look like? That's all discussed in 2.5. And so this is the growth that's really important. It's not your population growth, it's your growth of connections and how many homes they look like. So Macy's, for example, looks like 34 homes. Typical dentistry will look like 2 homes. Your office building that houses a bunch of engineers looks like 1 home. So it's this evaluation of what different service connections in your city look like is mostly, this is your key. As these numbers increase, that's what's going to drive either your failures of capacity or need for additional facilities. It's not so much your population, it's these connection numbers.
Do you know how many units a car wash?
I was just wondering that.
If it's been currently using data, I can look at the, is there a quick back? Is that what I have?
Yeah.
I can pull that one up and specifically look at that and provide that to the council if they would like. I don't know that off the top of my head.
It's just a curiosity.
Okay, there are state numbers that they provide for different things of averages. So, but if the council would like, I can definitely provide that quickly.
I have spoken with QuickQuack, and they do say that they recycle their water. I don't know to what degree, but I asked them about that a few weeks ago.
You recycle your water.
And that greatly helps. That greatly helps. But of course, they still have a large water connection. So, in sake of time, the next graph I think is also critical in terms of, this is on the 4th page. It's the graph titled existing monthly water usage in gallons per day. So you can see as you get into your summer months, you really take off in terms of water usage. And this is water usage over 2018, 19, 2020, and 2021, all water usage with the monthly averages and the yearly average and red across it. So your January, February, March, and a little bit April and November and December are very stable in terms of your water consumption. But after that, you really ramp up for the summer. which is very typical for Utah communities, especially in Cache Valley. But it's just to give you a magnitude of how much water is being used for non-potable reasons, if you will. So moving into the actual drinking water system, evaluating the health of your drinking water system, typically there are 5 elements that we look at. There is your drinking water sources. So what is your sources capable of producing? The next piece of that is your legal limit to those sources. So how much are you legally available to pull out of a spring or well? The next is the treatment of those sources for drinking water standards. The next is the storage of those facilities. And the 5th item would be your distribution. So the Division of Environmental Quality, DEQ, has altered how they will require minimum standards. They used to have a blanket statement across the state that said you will provide 400 gallons per day per ERU, and that's it. What they've gone now is evaluating your meter data from your residents and providing specific standards for your community to govern these five elements of the water system. So that table 3.1 is the state's specific standards for Providence City based on the past 3 years, so 2018, 2019, and 2020 meter data. And so this is your city-specific sizing standards for those 5 elements of the water system. So they are requiring, and this is all based on your meter data. I can discuss all those numbers, or do you want me to rush past that?
Say keep going.
Okay, yes, ma'am. So in those sources, so
They're accurate, right?
yes, they are accurate, and those are the numbers that we used to evaluate your system against. And they do represent meter data as well as what the state is going to hold you to provide.
So are these based on, because they're based off our meter data, it's maintaining the level of service that we currently provide?
Absolutely, yes.
Not just something.
No, it used to be some table that they just gave you. And some communities over provided, some communities under provided. And the state realized the fallacy of this, and so they've gone to a city-specific design requirement. So Rob, every
Plus,
year,
we have the technology to measure
exactly
based on individual homes.
Yep.
So
technology's increased as
we
well
have
as
to rely
the
on
intelligence.
our water experts, Rob and Ryan, to help us understand this and make sure that we're not shorting ourselves and that we're not.
Yeah. And there
giving
is,
too much.
the state does include a little bit of safety margins and percentages. They look at the variation of your meter data from year to year and include that as a safety precaution. So there is, again, a safety level that they provide. But Rob does provide his meter readings and his source productions reports every year to the state, and that's what they've developed this off of. So real quick, your water sources, you have 4 water sources: Broad Hollow Spring, Alderwell, Daleswell, and Jayswell. Their various capabilities are listed on 3.2. Your Broad Hollow Spring is your greatest source. It is a free-flowing spring, so you don't have to spend energy to get it. So you should use that to your greatest benefit. I'll get to that in just a minute. So those are your 4 sources. Alderwell is definitely the oldest. Your newest is Jayswell. These 4 sources are operated legally under a series of water rights. So table 3.3 lists out all of your culinary water rights that are currently in use. And there is an assigned source column that shows which ones are assigned to which water source. You do have some water rights that are available for a future well presently, which is fantastic. Right now, all of your sources all of your sources are producing water that is at or below what you're legally able to pull, which means you are legally able to pull every liquid drop that is being produced, if that makes sense. Your sources are not producing water beyond what you are legally able to pull, which is good. But these could be developed or redeveloped so that they could produce more water, and you could dedicate more water rights to it to expand your sources.
How does this compare to, say, some other cities in Cache Valley? Are we extremely fortunate in our water rights that we have?
Yes. So Ryan and Rob have actually done a fantastic job of looking out for your water rights in conjunction with CRS, who has been your historic city engineer. The conjunction of those three have done a wonderful job of protecting your water rights and acquiring more to dedicate to future elements. One big thing that they have done, which was alluded to by Brent earlier this afternoon, was this evening, was looking at your water irrigation shares and allowing you to trade between irrigation companies to use more from the spring that is drinkable quality, drinking quality, which is a fantastic ability. And this season, this summer, is your first summer usage of drinking water with a new water right allowing you to take more from Broad Hollow Spring during the summer. Historically, you were only allowed to take more during the months of April and October specifically. Now you're able to take more April through October. And it's almost doubled your capacity in that spring legally. Now, there's still, of course, that relationship between the irrigation companies that you need to maintain and when you can take things and stuff like that, but legally, you're good to go. And so it's been a fantastic thing for Providence City to protect your water rights, as well as it is protecting the irrigation's water rights by showing that you're using it to beneficial use. So it is a partnership. It's been, I have to applaud your city manager, your operator, and your city engineer for getting that together. So in terms of water rights, you're doing actually very well. Sorry, I'm taking 5 minutes. I'm trying.
I took you offline, sorry.
You're good. The next table is actually a summary of your existing shares with various irrigation companies. So your Spring Creek is, the most thing I want to call out to you is your Spring Creek and your Providence Blacksmith Fork shares. These are the ones that are going to give you more drinking water, because as you get more Blacksmith, you can pump from the Blacksmith into the Spring Creek, and then Spring Creek will let you drink more from their spring because they're getting more irrigation water, as well as your water rights, the new water rights that you've done allow you to convert your Spring Creek shares directly into drinking water. So, and I can get a whole load of information with that, but probably not what you want right now. So, quick summary of your storage facilities. You've got, with the completion of Dew Tank here in a month or so, I'd assume, you have 6 tanks. One thing that is important to understand is your tanks are not, how do you say, they don't unilaterally service the town. Your town is broken up into various tank zones and pressure zones, and they are not the same. So a tank zone is the area of a community serviced by a single tank facility. A pressure zone is a group of pipe networks that are linked hydraulically with pressure that are broken by either tanks or PRV stations. So one thing that I would like to draw your attention to is the first map that I provided, and that shows your existing water facility. The various colors are your pressure zones throughout your town, throughout your community. Now, the main pink one to the west is your pressure zone 1. Now, pressure zone 1 is the same boundary zone as tank zone 1, which is provided by ECK tanks. If you look at in the middle, you have these orange color and then these small green, blue, and yellow colors. All of those 5 zones are being provided by your REDS tank and your future Dew tank. But that is considered your pressure zones 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, and future 2E. And then you have your blue and your pink up against the east bench, and that is being serviced by Combs tank, and that is pressure zone 3, which is blue, and pressure zone 4, which is pink. Pressure zone 4 does not have any residents presently. The reason that they are separated is there is a PRV, or a pressure reducing valve, in your canyon road that cuts the pressure down to service the home so you don't blow them out with pressure. So it's important to understand these various pressure boundaries across your town and their respective tank zones. And to a credit to Rob and how he operates your town, Rob keeps water as high as possible, and he doesn't allow water to circulate through a PRV. And what that means is you do have PRVs to allow water to bleed through zones, but if you allow it to do it, all your water is going to flow down to your ECK tanks, and then it's going to get boosted up to your REDS tank, and then flow back down. And so you just end up cycling water and wasting a lot of energy and money.
Pump time.
Rob has dialed his system in so that it doesn't do that. But what it does do is it creates almost 3 micro cities inside your city. Tank zone 1 operates independently, and tank zone 3 and 4 operate independently. Tank zone 2 kind of gets the short end of the stick, and it is completely reliant on the leftovers of tank zone 1 and tank zone 3. Because the sources in zone 1 pump directly into tank zone 1, the wells.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna ask you this just
Nope,
to
you're
make sure
good.
I'm following you correctly. When you're referring to tank zones, are you referring as pressure zones?
No. So pressure
where
zone,
The tank zone is by color?
no, that is, pressure zone is all by color. Tank zone 1 is pressure zone 1. Tank zone 2 includes all of pressure zone 2s. You see there's multiple pressure zone 2s.
Yeah.
Tank zone 3 is pressure zone 3 and 4. So your spring water comes down, fills up Combs tank, and during the winter, you're completely reliant on the spring. You don't need your wells. Everything flows by gravity. It's fantastic. During the summer, when your uses go up, your wells turn on and pump directly into zone 1. But zone 2 is reliant on the leftovers of zone 1 and the leftovers of zone 3. There is no source in zone 2, which is fine. But what this means is that your tank storage, and we'll get to that, I should probably get to it right now. Right now, you have sufficient tank storage up until the next 18 years. But if growth continues as is, you have divided in your zoning ordinances, zone 1 will run out of storage in the next 3 years. What that will result in is additional energy costs as you move water up into higher tanks just to be allowed to run down through your pressure zones back to zone 1. And it is one of our recommendations that you start planning for a new tank in zone 1 next to egg tanks. And the reason for this is, as a city, you don't need it for the next 18 years, but in terms of energy conservation and wasted money in that energy bill, as well as the life cycle of your pumps, it would be best if you built it in the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, zone 1, the far west end of
Far
zone
west
1
end.
is where there'll be a lot of development.
Especially if any zoning changes happen there, allowing higher densities, that's only going to exacerbate the problem. It's not necessarily a problem. It's just if you don't do anything until later years, you're just going to be spending a lot of money on additional pumping costs to move that water up just to allow it to flow back down. So that is one of our recommendations that is explained more in more detail in the master plan. Sorry, I know.
Is it okay?
So that is the biggest reason I want to talk about these tank zones and their importance, is where these tanks are located in terms of the pressure zones. Is if you're okay with spending more money on energy bills, you don't need to invest in that tank until 2040, 2038. But if you want to conserve that and conserve the life of your pumps and reduce your O&M costs, we would recommend it be done here shortly. So
For all of these recommendations based on the zoning that is currently on our map, on what your projected usage of the water is. So that west side of town, where there's
Yes.
a lot of potential for development, all of the projected water needs are based on that zoning.
Yep, and so if you fast forward all the way to the fourth to last exhibit. Fourth to last, that
What's
would
the
confusing can that
exhibit?
be?
It says the exhibit on the
Yep,
bottom.
so it's exhibit 5.13. This exhibit is showing with the completed capital improvements list that are identified in the master plan. This is showing available fire flows, which are important, and I'll get to that. But this is showing where those developments are occurring. You can see in these shaded areas, it says like 169 ERU. That's projecting with your current zoning that 169 residential units or a combination of business units that equals that, it's going to come into that area. So I've identified where I'm putting your growth. And it is according to your zoning, it's according to open land available in the current city boundary as well as your annexation limits. So as development occurs and say something gets rezoned and on the far west where it says 169 ERUs, that gets rezoned and all of a sudden 800 ERUs gets built there. That's going to exacerbate your zone 1 problem.
One thing. So we're pumping from Dale's well and so forth up to the Esh tank.
Yes, all 3 of your wells get pushed into the Eck tank.
Okay, and so you said that we do need another tank for storage at the Eck level.
At the Eck level, because presently the Eck tanks aren't big enough to take all this growth down here. So what ends up happening is the Eck boosters turn on and push that water to Red's tank. It gets stored in Red's tank for a temporary minute of 8 hours until it's needed during peak irrigation time, and it flows back down to the system to get used where it could have been served off of the Eck tank.
But if it's being consumed by the supply it's feeding down to the west side, it will fill that tank first before it comes to Red's. Is that true?
That is true, but it consumes you don't consume the same rate throughout the day. You're going to have a massive consumption at 6 in the morning when sprinklers are running and everybody's showering. And that tank level is going to drop. That's what we call equalization storage. That tank level is going to drop so much that it's going to start pulling from Reds and Combs, which has additional storage that isn't needed. And during the time in which there's low usage, in the middle of the day actually, is actually a low usage period. Those wells are going to kick on and start filling up that well, and they will fill up the tanks, and they'll fill up Eck tank rather quickly. But there will be additional storage available in Combs tank, Red's tank, or Dew tank that it will continue to fill through booster pumps.
Some of that water that's going to come from Red's, Combs, is coming out of Broad Hollow.
Yes.
It's not having to be pumped up
It
there.
gets consumed pretty quickly in your zone 3 and your upper zone 2.
Okay, so there's not going to be a lot.
During the
of
summer,
on down.
during your summer, Macy's will never see a drop of Combs tank, or never see a drop of your Broad Hollow. It gets all consumed up above.
So what size tank are we looking at the Eck level?
Minimum of 1 million gallons now. 1 gallon gallons.
$1.5 million, the one we got there. Is that $1.5 million?
You got a half
Plus
there.
$500,000 and $1
Yeah, you got a
million.
half there, and then you got an oval that's about $1.5 million. So you got a total of 2 million at that site. So that is where that is a kind of fast forward of where you're at with your storage. Presently, you're great, and if you look at the whole city, you're great up until 18 years from now. But looking at how your system is operated, which don't think Rob a bad guy for doing, he's saving you a lot of money and energy by operating the way he is. But through that system, we would recommend that tank be built in about 5 years. That is completely dependent on growth. If growth stops right now, you're good. Don't worry about it. Or if growth occurs slower than we're thinking, don't worry about it till 10 years. But if it continues at the rate it is, you'll need it in about 4 years.
What about the placement of wells?
Okay, so tank storage. So right now, in terms of storage facilities, you're good. For now, with that caveat. Any other thoughts on tank storage?
What if there's a whole lot more growth than we thought there would be on the west side?
If there is more than we projected, then you don't need that tank before you need it next year.
Next year, but I'm saying down the road, what do you do with tanks if that west side has a greater development than?
The way your system is set up, you're not going to have a catastrophic event if development explodes. What you're going to end up seeing that your pumps are running longer, you're spending more on energy bills, and your pumpers are going to need more maintenance, and their life is going to run out sooner. And so that's going to be your biggest warning that you should be thinking about getting a new tank.
Just one more tank is sufficient.
For the 20-year plan.
For the 20-year
20-year
plan,
plan.
the current growth of 2.48%, yes.
Not 2 more tanks.
If you built them smaller than 1 million, you would need 2 tanks, but yeah, 1 tank at 1 million gallons would get you through. Yeah. But that is current projection rates. If growth happens faster, then you will need more storage.
You probably said this, and I missed it. What zone does the Dew tank?
Zone 2.
Zone 2.
And all the
It's
subzones.
dedicated to zone 2.
Zone 2 and all the subzones.
Yeah, you got little subzones.
So-
Those are great.
So I thought that was obviously, I bundled them.
Yes. It services pressure zones 2A through 2B. How's that? Which is tank zone 2. So
So then zone 2 will have a dedicated. It won't
zone 2.
rely on leftovers from 1 and 2. I guess is
Yes.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
That's the goal.
Yep. And that's currently happening with your redstone. So
If you don't mind, just a quick clarification. When it comes to the, I guess, for lack of a better word, the problem, I moved to a little bit. Urgency people for zone 1 tank. There's a little bit of variables there, and we get to those points, but this is a big report, and therefore there's lots of variables. And we're not to those points yet. And so some of those variables change those timelines. And so
and those variables are economy rates. I mean, if the economy tanks, you won't see growth. Variables include your zoning ordinances. Are you going to allow change in zoning? Those variables include
Placement of wells. If I'm drilling water farther up elevation and they can flow down. If I can get another Broad Hollow.
More wells up higher to gravity flow down.
If we can get more water out of Broad Hollow.
So establishing more rights on Broad Hollow or getting wells up higher will reduce the urgency of the zoning. So there's so many variables when it comes into growth and their impacts to a water system. So.
What, you can't tell us exactly?
Oh man, if I knew that, I wouldn't be sitting here.
I think I read the entire report and yes, much of it went over my head, but I did crank through it. I read the entire thing and it's not exciting to me like it is maybe to Janelle. But the thing that's exciting is to have your recommendations and know where to prioritize. And so I think that this is super valuable work. Thank you for the job that you've done. I just think that being proactive is so important and knowing where we need to focus and where we need to get outside funds is just awesome. Thanks to staff and Sunrise for working.
You need to give credit to Rob and Ryan, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is so much work. I mean, I've helped with master plans. I did not help with this one. And it was grueling to just read.
he's put a lot of effort and time into this one. And the fact that we put a water model built from scratch onto this master plan has consumed a lot of his time. It's taken a lot of effort to get it right. And that's where the bulk of my time has been spent, with this master plan up to this point, other than just giving him some data that he loves to play with. But he's done a great job thus far. And I've been impressed.
What's evident is that I read the whole thing as well, and it comes across that there was a lot of thought, figuring and playing with tables. Yeah.
I was glad
somebody
to
likes
not
to
be
do
on
that.
this subcommittee. Reading it was hard enough.
Makes my hair wave.
But-
It goes over my head. But
I appreciate that. But there is one thing that I would like to bring up and wave red flags on, and that is your search for a new well. Presently, you have enough water sources to get you through your average day demands. But your peak day demands that happened in July, if something were to happen, that would be a catastrophic event. And so it is our number one recommendation right now that you start looking for a well site, that a well study be done. Or if there's a well sites already picked out, which I know we're talking to Rob and Ryan, there's a couple of ideas of where we could put a well that would be beneficial to the system. But this well, it's got to be at least 2,000 gallons a minute, which is a whole nother Dell's well. I mean, and one thing that we're noticing, I'm a resident of Hyde Park, and Hyde Park was in the news for culinary water. We're also the city engineers for Hyde Park. And something that has happened that has never happened in Hyde Park is the spring that has been reliant and trustworthy has decreased in capacity in 1 year by 50%. There was no indications. I mean, the year before that, it was wonderful. In fact, it was producing more than it had. And now during that last year, it just tanked. So they ran their wells harder than ever. And we were getting notices as a resident of Hyde Park, we're getting notices of shut down irrigation, do all this, do all that. It wasn't comforting as a citizen. And as their engineer, they look at you and say, what happened? And you're like, Mother Earth played hooky with us. And so now we're drilling them a new well, we're getting all this stuff. Your main source is a spring, and it has historically done fantastic.
So at that point, just to make a plug, we do have in the budget approved a $300,000 towards drilling test wells this year, and drilling the rest of the well in the next fiscal year budget. We have almost 1.7 million budgeted towards that. So there is a number of things. So
I mean, again, to Ryan.
So we are looking at some of those things. So anyway, it is great when a third party comes along and confirms, so that it's helpful on independent and knowing what we need. So anyway.
Broad Hollow can reduce inflow too.
Exactly, and that's my statement is Hyde Park Spring was fantastic. There was no indication of this, and your Broad Hollow Spring is fantastic, and it has done very reliable output. I don't
Somebody
know.
sneak through the back door and steal the water?
I have no idea. And so it's just the springs are fantastic. They produce water. They flow naturally by gravity, but they are the first source that is impacted by droughts.
We do have another problem too, because if Blacksmith Fork loses its water because of drought, then we can't exchange water.
And your exchange rate goes down.
The exchange rate goes down. That decreases. the flow.
At least at that point, we are showing beneficial use for all that water. We are showing beneficial use for all of that water. So I would hope that would not be taken. They may take others, but we are showing beneficial use for that.
But it is a win-win. You're absolutely right. For every gallon you pull out of Blacksmith Fork River and put in Spring Creek, take 1 more gallon out of Broad Hollow. There's a 1-to-1 ratio.
As long as it's there.
1.5.
Yes, there's a limit. Sorry, there is a limit set on that 1.5. Up until that, it's a 1-for-1 ratio.
Yes.
So.
But I have seen Blacksmith Fork not produce any water for us in exchange.
Yep.
I've seen that before.
I'm also the engineer for Nibley
Don't tell
Blacksmith
anyone.
Fork, and they get worried about that river.
It could actually go higher than 1.5, depending on different agreements, change application, but at the current rate, you are correct at 1.5. But hopefully at some point, but what we want is we want to drill 3 new wells that all become free flowing springs that are all Broad Hollow, just additional Broad Hollow phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's what we want. 4 more, and you were going to tell us where were those at?
So to that, so again, my largest red flag from all this study is the same red flag that Ryan and Rob already raised, and that is locating wells is a very tricky business. There's a couple different methods of locating wells. You can look at historical water rights with existing wells and their water levels. You can do a hydrological study to hire a hydrologist to come and look at geological formations. And the most expensive one is actually putting down electrical currents into existing wells and mapping its resistance on the surface to look at water potential. So, I mean, there's varying degrees and of course varying costs to locate new wells. Sometimes it's just cost effective to throw your best guess and drop a well. So there's different things that we can look at. We've been talking with Ryan and Rob of getting this on. I've been talking to a well driller that I've really liked working with. And just so you're aware.
What's his success rate?
I drilled a well for Weston City in Idaho that they had been 0 for 5 wells, and we found a 401 gallon minute for them, which was more than existing capacities could have. So it was fantastic. Did one over in Bear Lake with this gentleman, got a 750 gallon minute well, which was their best well. So the well driller that I've worked with, his name is Tyson with Thomas Drilling. He does fantastic work. And I've been really happy with him, but I talked to him about his backlog. He has at least 2 years worth of work ahead of him. Municipalities he puts ahead, as well as Sunrise is a long-term relationship for him. And so he said he could get us in the next 6 to 7 months if we'd like.
The front of the line. Thanks.
Yes, so he would be my recommendation, but anyway, so, sorry. So wells, there's your source. There's your source. So we talked about water rights, you're good. Capacity, tank capacity, we've talked about that.
I'll give you one if you want to keep that.
Your wet source, if you will, you will.
Yeah, where's the draft? We usually will release the official ones to public, but
Okay, never mind, Lana, we have to keep it as a draft.
So the next thing that I want to talk about is treatment, really easy. You don't have treatment plants, your chlorine, they use a chlorine residual. All of your sources produce nice, clean water. And the only reason you add chlorine is to maintain what we call a chlorine residual in your pipelines. And that is to keep any bad stuff from entering the pipelines once you pulled it out of the ground. Treatment, you're great. Distribution, you do have some hiccups. So if you look at, I know I'm way past time there, I'm sorry.
That's why I told you 5 minutes.
I took less time on the budget, so just so you know,
40.
he's gone past my time on the budget, so I just want to give it a jab.
I know, okay. All right, so exhibit 5.1. 5.1 is your existing condition. Now there's two parameters you want to look at with the distribution system. One of them is available pressure. So this is available pressure in the system to pull water out. Second is your fire flow capacity. Pressures, I'll just back the pressures up really quick. We won't want to talk about more of it, but pressures, you're good, you're beyond good, to the point of dangerous. Typical water pressure in this community, you want between 50 and 80 operation pressure. The way Providence City is on the hills and the way you have your topography set up, which you had no choice in, your typical operating pressure is anywhere between 70 and 170. We consider over 120 PSI, yeah, you should bring it down. Anything over 150 we consider dangerous. That's when, if you don't close the valve right, you're blowing something up. And as one of Rob's greatest fears is a fireman closing a valve too quickly on a hydrant and blowing something up. We actually did open up your highest pressure hydrant and it shook her down. I mean, it was terrifying.
Can I go next time you do that?
Yeah, it's one of those things that
We hope not to do it for another 10 years.
Ever seen those videos of kids like playing the fire hydrant stream? This would probably knock the kid off and send him to the hospital. So it was 170 residual pressure, and with it flowing 1,500 gallons a minute out of an 8-inch nozzle, it was still had 90 pounds residual pressure.
Is that the nuclear sign that's on here? Are those the ones?
Those are actually PRVs, but just north of the northmost nuclear sign is that one. So it's in a cul-de-sac, in zone 2. Bad news.
That particular area is scheduled in this master plan to have a PRV installed to lower that area's pressure.
We're going to bring it down to 130.
Where is it?
Hollows, phase 2 and 3.
It's in the.
I'm kind of confused. Maybe you can help me, Rob.
Where is it?
So it's funny because you said zone 3, pressure
yeah.
zone 3 has the highest. Has to have it like dialed back, right? But I have neighbors who ask me if we're running out of water because they get low pressure in their house. And I'm like,
They need to clean their filters, their showers.
So I'm guessing that you're getting low
Uh-huh.
pressure
Take the
concerns
screens off.
at the High Lines area, which is if you come out of the canyon and go immediately south and follow that pipeline south, that's High Lines.
She's up Center Street.
I'm up Center Street.
She's on the
To the
And
top of
Little
Center.
Baldy, I've heard that they didn't have enough fire flow, so they're required to put fire suppression in their houses.
So let's talk about, so
What size
we'll
of
talk
house?
about pressure a little bit. So your
That's
pressure.
not the reason. Okay, I'm confused.
Okay,
So
let's talk about fire
teach
flow.
me.
So fire flow, state absolute bare minimum is 1,000 gallons a minute. Now, what that means is a fire hydrant can hook onto your fire, or a fire truck can hook onto your fire hydrants. And either that fire hydrant has to naturally flow out 1,000 gallons a minute, or they can pull and suck on that hydrant until they get 1,000 gallons a minute, but they cannot pull it to the point that anywhere in the system drops below 20 PSI. So what we do is in the hydraulic model is we actually create a fire flow event of every single fire hydrant individually and run an analysis that will pull that hydrant down until something hits 20 PSI. Once something in the system hits 20 PSI, it stops. And that is what MAP 5.1 is. That is a fire flow event occurring at every single one of these nodes and pulling until something hits 20 PSI. Now that's per state code. Now you can see that 1,000 gallon minute is yellow. Anything orange and red is bad. Majority of the town, 97% of your existing town has proper fire flow. Now, 1,000 gallons a minute is good up until you exceed 3,600 square feet with your house. If your house, and by house, I mean anything underneath a roof, so your garage space, second floor, third floor, mezzanine, anywhere where people are in underneath a roof or underneath the floor is counted against that square footage. So it's actually pretty darn quick and easy to go over 3,600 square feet. 3,600 square feet is the magic number. Anything over 3,600 square feet, you're going to be requiring 1,500 gallons a minute. Anything below is 1,000 gallons a minute. Commercial and all that kind of stuff is evaluated differently. We're talking about residential. People that are putting in these suppression systems are people that are building homes bigger than 3,600 square feet that have a hydrant that is producing between 1,500 and 1,000 gallons a minute. And so what they'd have to do is they have to go in and put a sprinkler suppression system, which allows the fire marshal to cut their fire demand in half. If a home has an internal sprinkler system, then they can have half the requirement, if you will, of an exterior fire suppression. So all the homes that are getting built on Baldy, as you can see, you've got a lot of green, which is between 1,500 and 1,000. You have some yellow, but that whole stretch right there is below 1,500 gallons a minute, which means all of those homes have to have internal fire suppression systems if they want to build bigger than 3,600 square feet, which 95% of them do.
I'd say 100%.
It's in the more scenic area of town. It's the more lucrative area. If you want to say they got good views, they're going to be expensive homes, they're going to be big homes. That's why you're hearing a lot of it. Part of that is
It's to keep them safe.
It's to keep them safe. And so if they we're trying to do our absolute best to bring better fire flow. But to bring better fire flow to that area is millions of dollars of infrastructure. So what we've included
The elevation.
It's partly your elevation as well as zone 2 and zone 1. If you have a fire flow event, these PRVs that we talk about that are kind of closed, they're actually set to open during extreme demand to provide fire flow. So zone 1 in a fire flow event gets help from zone 2, 3, and 4. Zone 2 gets help from zone 3 and 4. Zone 3, there is no help. The zone 4 technically doesn't exist right now on the north bench. There's only one pipe that is zone 4, and that is the Highlines pipe that goes from the Canyon PRV down to the Highlines PRV. That is your only zone 4 pressure pipe. There's no residence on zone 4. So when zone 3 has a fire, there is no upper zone to help it. It's on its own. There is no PRV to open up more to let water in. It is being choked out by these long 8 inches. When you bring 2 8 inches together, that means when there's a fire in the middle, water comes 2 ways. When you have 1 8 inch supplying a home at the end, water's got to scream all the way down that 8 inch, and it burns itself up with friction. It limits itself on how much you can pull. So that whole Baldy area is acting as a long dead end. And that's why it happened. As Rob and I have discussed multiple times, that 12 inch that falls down on the north and heads east, we wish that was up above and up there. It's in the wrong spot. So we've talked with the developer that is happening in this area, and we've placed requirements, or at least I've provided recommendations that I think have become requirements. I don't, still in the works. that they will provide some looping and a PRV to reduce your main pressure issues and provide looping within zone 3 to help bring more water to that area. So we're trying to do our best. It does become a problem of, technically it is still adequate fire flow. So where does the responsibility lie with the city to bring it up so that people can build bigger homes without putting internal fire suppression? Where is that limit? Does the city put in millions of dollars just to bring it up to 1,500, or do we just naturally fix the problem as development occurs? It's a kind of a philosophy thought process on that, and that's for the council to decide.
But that's good to know, because then that gives us an opportunity to make those choices based on knowledge and information. So I
Exactly.
appreciate that information.
So that's your biggest fire flow event. There is one fire hydrant. If you look in the green area, the little subzone, that is being fed by a PRV right next to your city shops. There is a 4-inch pipeline that's feeding a fire hydrant at the top of that cul-de-sac, and that cul-de-sac is red. That is the worst fire hydrant you have in town. It can only produce 500 gallons a minute. That
It's
is
just 580,
580.
or something.
Yeah, so we did test that hydrant, and that's accurate. It was,
It didn't rumble.
no, not in the slightest.
There's the dirt.
Not in the slightest. So one of the projects actually addresses that and brings that up to above 1,000 gallons. So the future maps, if you will, if you flip with me to, let's see, if you really want to see how bad it gets, you can look at 5.7 and see the whole town drop in terms of, or at least the Little Baldy area get even worse with more growth. So that's 5.7. That shows you what your growth is going to do with you if you don't do anything. Little Baldy is no longer green, it's now yellow. You have orange, as well as the northern area is dropping as well. So it's,
But that's mitigated by people putting in sprinkler systems in their home.
at this point, the orange nodes would be illegal, or not illegal, but in violating fire hydrants. Yellow is still technically legal. Orange is below state legislation.
So this would
the
be,
yellow zone.
The yellow zone, yes, the yellow zone is us implementing that new PRV to drop that pressure in that area so it doesn't blow something up.
Okay.
so this would be if we didn't get the new
This-
well and,
This is no new tank, no new well, no transmission
Oh,
upgrades.
okay.
This is
and this is like 20
do
years
not-
out when
yeah,
everything's
this
built
is
out.
20 years out, let growth continue and do nothing to your water system. This is what we call the do nothing alternative.
This is the kick the can down the road.
Bingo. Okay, so exhibit 5.13 is with all of the listed capital improvements and distribution improvements and the growth being applied, this is what your system city would then look like.
I'm sorry, what number was that?
5.13. So you can see in the actual master plan, there are 3 of these showing the growth happening throughout the time periods and the capital improvements that will occur during that time and their impact. But this is the end result. And so number 1, you can see in that green area, that fire hydrant that used to only produce 580 gallons a minute can now produce 1,300 gallons a minute. The growth continues to make Baldy a challenge, but with the additional looping, at least we can stop the negative impact. What other items, big ones to talk about really? The one big thing that you would need to be aware of is zone 4, the deer fence line. It's in this deer fence line. So you have a pipe going from zone 4 down to the south for high lines. That is your zone 4 pressure. We would recommend bringing that zone 4 pressure up to the north as well. But there is some land hurdles that the original route has changed ownership, and the new ownership is not very open to the idea of allowing a new pipeline go through it. which is forcing us to go down Canyon Road and kind of go through existing and then come out. It makes the project much more expensive. But there is an alternative route, and so it doesn't stand on the grounds of forcing eminent domain or something of that nature. And so it's a sticky situation.
Does piping, putting a pipe in there, does that preclude building over it? Is that what the issue is?
You can't build over a pipe.
But the issue isn't building over it, it's just the individual may not like it,
May not.
doesn't like growth. So.
So let's not out on the end there where we were talking about that property boundary line adjustment earlier on.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah, we've got a single line feeding out there to that zone. That looks somewhat problematic there.
That zone 4 would be problematic. So I wasn't sure if that was my place to speak up when you were discussing that annexation, but I hold your sewer model and your culinary water model now. And so if there's any questions in terms of looking at those, I can look at those, but you're right. It is that property would be in your zone 3, 2, and 4 areas in terms of pressure. Zone 2, you have pipes ready to extend out there. Zone 3, you have some pipes. Zone 4, you have one pipe that you can bring out there without any additional looping, which may present a problem for fire flows.
Well, there's a lot of area there to build homes in.
There's a lot of area. So both on the sewer side as well as on the culinary side in terms of providing pressure. Same thing that Millville has. I mean, it's providing pressure as well as providing that proper fire flow.
But your assumptions are based on what it's zoned now.
Based on what it's zoned now and what's currently available for annexation. And I did not consider that piece available for annexation. So.
And that piece would bring a lot more homes up that way.
It would, absolutely. So the next 3 maps are just maps identifying where the projects are and their numbers. You will see there's a P value and an M value given on those. A P stands for priority, M stands for magnitude. Priority is basically how important is it to get it done, or in the event of a failure, how sorry you wish you had done it. What's on a scale of 1 to 5. Magnitude is how not big of a project, but how much of the city does it impact? So a magnitude 4 for Stonehenge, if you look on project number 4, Stonehenge, doesn't seem like much. It's a community, but it's actually one of the main trunk lines to provide water for all of zone 2. Whereas project number 9 is just fixing some smaller pipes, priority 2, magnitude 1, because it only impacts those people who live on that street. Whereas the well is a priority 5, magnitude 5, because you're going to be sorry if you don't do it, and it impacts the entire city.
As I was going through this master plan and, you have the projects outlined at the end, I didn't study it long enough to see, are they in order of priority? Like
So
as I read them, I thought, wait, shouldn't this be above that? Is
So there are
a higher priority?
4 recommended projects.
Yeah.
And they're broken up primarily by time period.
Uh-huh.
So the first time period is the next 5 years or impact fee eligibility range. The next 5 years is also broken up because that's going to be your next step of impact fee. And then the last time period is the next decade. And that we've done the impact fee analysis according to that time period as well. And I've provided impact fees for the different time periods. Now, within that time period, they are organized by priority and then magnitude. So the number 1 project is your soonest, most important, most widespread.
Okay, so they are in order.
They are ordered according to that range. So first
Okay.
time period, then priority, then magnitude.
Okay, and that's why I needed to study it to see if they were in order.
Yeah.
Because there are more variables than just one.
So project number 1 is the new well development. It needs to happen in the soonest time period, greatest magnitude, greatest priority.
Awesome.
So, and again, those are all in, so there are 3 maps, 1 for each one of those time periods, the next 5 years, then the next 5 years, and the next decade, and showing where those projects are located, their number, their magnitude, priority, all on a visual type view. And then in the report, it provides a little description about each one and cost estimates of how much they cost.
That's a lot.
So
important. Thank you.
Impact fees and user fees. We did what's called a cash flow analysis and we looked at your existing expenditures, your existing revenues, projected them out at 20 years, and considering 3% inflation, which historically has been great. This year it's been closer to 5. But so we projected out the next 20 years in terms of cash flow to look at if you need to raise your user rate or your impact fee. So the impact fee is established based off of, does the project benefit existing residents or does it benefit new growth, and that percentage of how much is eligible of that project to impact fees. And then user rate is basically, can you just make your budget end at the end of the year? Throughout the whole cash flow analysis of looking at different alternatives, we put in the costs of all of the improvements into those years and divided them evenly across their time period. What we found is with the impact fees that we are recommending, you don't need to raise your user rates. That's good.
Except the impact fee needs to be raised like big time.
Time period 1 is like
Based on-
7,000 plus some. Time period 2 is 2,000 plus some, and the end time period I think was 7,000. Again, that is, I put that on the table.
Impact fees per connection.
Now that's again another philosophy idea. So it was 7,000 in the first time period, 2,900 in the second time period, and 4,900 in the third time period, depending on where projects happen. But
That's additional funds above what we already charge.
yes. But the impact fee is, there's a couple different ways of evaluating how you do it. Like I said, your typical resident is either 1 inch or 3/4 inch connection. So how much do you charge for a 2 inch connection? Is it 2 times the 1 inch or is it 4 times, because the flow capacity of a 2 inch is 4 times greater than 1 inch? And so we would recommend that you charge impact fees according to the connection size, flow capability, not a linear relation between the diameter.
And we're not currently doing that.
We're not currently
we
doing
are.
it. You increase per size, but I'm trying to remember.
A 2,000, a 1 inch is 2,000, a 2 inch is 8,000.
You are doing it then. Thank you.
Okay,
Isn't a 2 inch 8,000?
but they're just not as high as they need to be.
Yeah, just not as high as them.
Yeah.
So that should be on an agenda soon.
Yes, you do it in impact fee code. I did include a copy of the impact fee code with the master plan. You do need to advertise certain time period in advance, get it out, and so impact fee alterations take some time. So
Not as much time since you didn't study for it.
not as much time, but yes.
Now we know what to do. We've got a roadmap.
Also, something that is very important to understand, 40% of your water sales revenue comes from overage charges. You have a base rate and then you have a tiered rate. 40% of your revenue comes from overages of people using beyond the base rate.
If people cut back.
If people cut back, you lose 40% of your revenue, which you are counting on to operate your system.
If people cut back, we don't need to have as much infrastructure as quickly in some of those.
That is also true.
So there's different pieces of that puzzle.
There's different pieces of that puzzle, yes. If
It's
you
not as simple as
maintain,
it sounds.
It's not simple.
yeah, it's not as simple as that. If you continue your current rate of developing and your current rate of fixing things and evaluating things, and improving the system, you are counting on the overage of your residents as a financial basis. If they decide to start conserving water, then that also means that they're using less water, which means hopefully the maintenance goes down.
Which means that we might see that this year with people.
Well, pumping costs will go down, maintenance. will go
Maintenance,
down. Yeah.
the biggest thing is going to be your pumping costs, your electrical bills. Your wells are going to operate less, your booster stations are going to operate less, and electrical is ridiculous. So,
You know, that's a big if.
it's a big if.
Because people like weed.
You already have a very aggressive rate schedule, and it's not curbing water usage to the degree of losing overage.
Yeah, we've just implemented the
We just
the
did a new
schedule,
one.
so it hasn't taken,
Yeah,
it hasn't taken effect. So
well, it's taken effect, but.
I think you've got the new
seen
one, but I don't know that you've,
The revenue.
I think you've seen the new one. I think you've seen the new one, but we haven't seen effect of it yet because it hasn't been adopted long.
Yeah, but in terms of drought, 2018 and 2019 were considered more wet years. 2020 was considered a drought year. Your water consumption really didn't change. You know, in terms of people's drought idea and their actual conservation, if you go back to that original graph that I showed. I am sorry, I know I'm burning so much time.
You know, but it's good information.
I know.
It's important.
So-
It's really important.
So
Keep going. I love it. Keep going.
You will see that 2021 did go down in most of the months.
yes,
And
2020 did go
from
down except for
2020,
July.
yes. But you will see that as we've gained growth, even having it gone down, I would say arguably our residents did conserve this past year because of the drought. I think that I would commend them all, because you will see that we used less in 2021 than we did in 2020, and we had growth in addition to that.
That is a key point, that this graph does not take into effect a population.
So I want to compliment the residents for having done what we asked them to do, and the city that did reduce water usage, even to the point that we might have killed grass in one of our parks.
Sorry, that, I don't mean to be doing that.
Don't take away the credit that we do deserve.
I was curious about that. Maybe there's more. Why are the cities like their needs are so high? Is that because of the lawn?
Well, we have a splash pad and we have other water
You
usages
have a
that are
splash pad,
large.
In order to use water in a splash pad, it has to be potable because the content. Because what happens if a kid pees on the bed?
And we recycle it, that would be bad.
You can, but you have to do it like
We
you
have
do
to
in a
purify
swimming pool with the.
So the treatment and maintenance and
Oh.
the headache to dear Rob. goes
Oh,
through
please
the
don't
roof
do
if you
that.
Try and recycle.
Right, so that's why we did it.
So.
And that's why it's small.
That's
Not
what's
the great
making it
big
so
one.
high.
You have a
right?
splash pad. Also, your cemetery, you do have a cemetery well that produces water for irrigation, and it's not potable, but it is very sandy, and it clogs up a lot of your sprinkler heads. And so your cemetery operator will try and use that, but then ends up using a great deal of culinary water to water the cemetery.
You can't filter
They're
it.
gonna sell that well.
Is there a way to?
We're trying to
filter
drill
it?
more. We want to get rid of what we
To
have.
filter it and use it better?
You could either filter it, you could drill a new one next to it and do better development on it and surging events to get the sand bridge better. So there's a couple different things, but that
And we
is
need to
one big
pull it
thing.
up so it's not sitting in the sand.
Or somehow get your irrigation shares over there. I
It's
don't
like
know
we're
how, but-
doing a bad job of conservation. That's what
I just have one question.
Yes.
This is all new to me and very interesting. So part of this whole water system uses electricity, power,
Yes.
pumps. It would be fun to see a map, if you'd like to make another map. If we had a power emergency, power goes out, how much of this water system, is it completely shut
State
down or
code does
some
require
stuff?
that you have backup generation of all essential power elements in each culinary water system. So if I'm not correct.
Are they
wells have
natural
backup
gas?
generators.
Now, the other thing that happens, and Rob can talk to this, but there is default set, there are certain settings that you will have based on a power outage setting. So at some point, those are open, sometimes they're closed, but depending on how Rob has set it up, you will have different settings if a power outage setting.
So if there's a power outage for quite a while, there's these generators running with gas and
Well, are they natural gas or gasoline?
how long will this run with no power? I'm just saying, if there are a long-term emergency with power,
I actually don't.
does
know.
any water flow through this system long-term? I'm just curious.
Broad Hollow.
Long term, there is definite, worries in an emergency scenario. There's just no way around it, no matter what city you are. We have the benefit of Broad Hollow Spring. And our fill valves to gravity from each pressure zone, pressure tank on down, they're all energized to close. Therefore, when we lose power in the entire city, all our valves open and gravity takes over everywhere.
So it's called
So-
a failed condition open. So your valves fail in the open condition.
Right.
So your fill valves.
So-
tanks.
We have dealt with emergencies with wells in the summertime before.
We dealt with it just 2 summers ago in the worst time possible, and we lost
Yeah,
one of
there-
our main wells, and we got through it because we had the backup of Broad Hollow, and we were able to get with the state and get with the ditch companies to help us get through a spell that we would have been in dire straits without the Broad Hollow's abilities and everybody working together to get it done.
So that whole feeling, that's why you need a new source. Right now, today, is that feeling that occurred. And because you had to do special things to get more water. That's the driving force of why you need a new source today.
And I would make this comment, remember your emergency preparedness hashtag, check your bottled water, make sure you got a little bit in your house. So there's always those things that you have to do.
Absolutely.
But we're trying to convert our communications on them. Yeah, we're trying to convert the communications over to fiber so that we can have, and because it has its own power generation, then we'll be able to have the communications.
Push messages out to everyone.
Well, no, we would have the ability to communicate within our network. If there was a power outage, then we'd have still ability to
There's no
communicate.
electricity, can't turn the computer on.
Your SCADA system will fail with power outage. And that's what it's controlling everything. So you get that's one recommendation that should be out of the master plan that isn't right now. And that is converting all of your systems to fiber control. Because that system operates regardless of power outages.
That's in the current budget that was just approved.
So.
And this is why we have such an awesome staff. The more we learn, the more we thought they were awesome before, but they just took it up a notch. They're awesome. So we really appreciate you guys. You do a great job.
All in all, I am so sorry for taking much time.
You know what? I just put the pressure on you, but it's okay.
Yeah,
This,
She
you
said
know,
50, not 5.
I still went over that.
in the grand scheme of things, we needed to spend more time on this than on density. Because this is life and death, really. The water that we
This
have.
is your bloodstream.
It is.
So.
It is. So I just want you to know how much we appreciate the work you've done and the completeness and the things that you've thought of to help us so that we understand going forward. So
That's what I like.
it's great. Firm.
We appreciate it very much.
And to Ryan and Rob's credit, they've been fantastic to work with. And Scarlett, and I always say her name wrong, Tara. She gets mad at me, I know. You have a good snack. I support you well.
We know that. We appreciate it.
In a nutshell, though, that is your hour and 20-minute nutshell. That's your water master plan. So,
I think that's not too bad given the 12 months you spent working on it.
Yeah.
Down to an hour and 20 minutes. That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
close. So,
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you for
if
presenting.
there's
that.
any
Good
questions,
presentation.
thank you. If there's
Very
any
logical.
questions, please feel free to call me. I know Mayor's called me on a couple items. Feel free to call anything. Any
Yeah, he
questions.
fixed them like that.
So, again, July, if I can have comments by July 4th, July 5th, then I can have this before you for a final draft. So my goal is have it to you, back to your hands, Ryan, by July 12th. So we can get that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. On that note, is there any other things that you'd like me to stick around?
Do you want to stick around?
If you need me here, I will.
No, you can
Girls
go.
are going to bed, so we're good.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We know how to get a hold of you and we certainly do that.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last item on the agenda. No, there's general public,
Closed session item.
right? I do know that. So I'll entertain a
Oh,
motion
staff
to,
reports. Wait.
staff reports.
Due to the lateness of the hour, I'd say the staff
We
would offer to
dispense with
forfeit
that.
the staff reports.
Unless there's something just really glaring that we need to
You're all just
hear
working
about.
like crazy.
We're just doing our thing for you.
See ya.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can I make a motion that we go into executive session?
Oh, is that what we have to do? Sorry.
Thanks for
Okay.
hanging out with us all night. Doesn't happen very often.
So you moved to go into a closed session. Carrie seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right.
But we do need a break.